故に環境線は渋滞、僕に関係ないとか言って心模様を白く染まって、だけどどうやったって釣り合わない、手伝に笑う横顔に乾杯、水も甘いもわからない、きっと君の前ではないものかしてはランデブー、パラノニックになってく、俺の苦い期待張り下げてしまいそうだから
Oh no, Danny. Good luck with all the work. I hope you can get it done. How is everybody? Good now that you're here? No, you. No, you. I'm okay. I don't know, I've been feeling a little bit discouraged the past couple days, and it might just be because I'm sick. Glaceon is Enenyan. Got you. Bro's an aim demon? That is so not true. Check DMs when you can, huh? What's going on in the DMs? Ajax, it ain't like that. It's not suspicious. They're so cute, Eerie. I love them. What did you think of... Oh, actually, I didn't check the channel yet. What did you think of my idea? I couldn't find, I somehow couldn't find a reference image for it, but... Yeah, like... Just like... I wish I could explain it better. Like, a reference image would be so easy. I'm like getting in my own head. I'm convincing myself that I'm bad. Him yap? It's not him yap. Good luck with the studying, Eerie. I appreciate you. I am here, Sleepy. I'm here. I've got to get over a mental block in this game, I think. Dude, if I hated burgers, my life would be over. What if it's like X-Men? And if you get rid of your psychic mental block, you become an Omega level mutant? I wish. Dude. What if I was just using 10% of my brain? In a Squishmallow? What Squishmallow is it? Also, hi, Umbreon. Did we get him in jail? I don't know if I have the artistic abilities for jail. Also, why are we locking him up? Hi, Limu. Don't sweat it, Glaceon. I can wait for you. When was the last time I had peaches? What the heck? She loved onigiri? Dude, we love to hear it. That's so exciting.
期待なんてされなかった少年裏切られて傷を負った未成熟の少女もそうか僕のことが君も僕で君も僕一人には戻れないんだよ
笑ってみせてくれそれでもいいお前だけは
青さに溺れて消えてくれ悲しみに満ちたその瞳に飲み込まれてしまう前にゼロでパネル世界をしゃがれた歌口ずさんで
今でも音が鳴り響いてる
最後の日僕によく似たお前の生きた証を歌ってこうして祈ってくれるの今日でも終わりなんだ灰に裂け全てが朽ち果ててしまうまでに笑顔を浮かべてお辞儀をしましょう君が好きな歌流れ始めた
This reaction or memorization? It's both. It's both. Also, hello, Absalon. I'm really struggling these past couple days, though. You big sleepy? Well, if you need a nap or a little bit of rest, that's just how it is. You can't ignore your body for too long. What's wrong, Pookie? No, I don't know. I've got the mental block in Project Sekai. Do we have a fancy shoutout available right now? Silver, Sleepy, when do you guys try to shout out Epsilon? Thank you for the hydrate vote, bro. Whew. How often do you remember? How often did you play to remember it? Well, I don't remember a chart in particular. There's very few songs that are like that for me. And it's especially so on the higher level ones because we don't play them too often. So really it's more like pattern recognition along with like knowing how the song goes, I guess. No, prodigy is not the word. It is definitely not the word. I'm a jaded old man at this point. I'm past my prime. 23 years old, washed up gamer. It only goes downhill from here. Hi, Kimi. How's it going? Did you say 30? No, 23. Oh crap, is today the day? Thank you for the hydrate crap. How's your day, Mr. Streamer Man? I posted it in Discord. I did another animation of a star, and I'm liking it a lot. I played a little bit of the finals with Ajax. It was super fun. It was the first like first-person shooter that I played in a decent while, a few years actually. And now we're here. So I'm hoping that I can spice something up on the stream side with that stuff. I think some nice animations will go a long way. I still want to do a new transition, and I also want some custom notifications. So, Absalon. That's a good example right here. I have, I think, played that song one other time besides this one moment, and I just got an all perfect on it. That's just, it's just how it goes. When's the heartbeat making a comeback? That's only for stressful games. Hey, that's my boy Rengoku. What do you mean? We don't play stressful games very often. Don't pay attention to the character builds. Just go in, smash some buttons, and get out. Pay them no mind. Enjoy Jujutsu... Oh my gosh, I can't speak. Enjoy Jujutsu Kaisen Glaceon. Thanks for playing with us. This is the first time this has happened. I need to cough so bad. Oh my god. That's never happened mid-song yet. Well, I just did, but... Oh my gosh, I'm dying. Oh my gosh. Sorry if I blew anybody's eardrums out. Hi, Takaru. Thank you for the 10 watch streak, my dude. I just want to know why you're looking at the trial builds. Pay them no mind. Don't open the menu. Just hit those silly little buttons like the brain-dead gamer that we're supposed to be. You don't have to look at them, they're just trial characters. Hi, Mel. I'm not gonna lie. You can't really function without a debit card or a credit card, so yeah, kinda. Just don't be dumb like me. Actually manage your spending. Or, you know, just don't spend. See, here's the thing. If it's yours, your parents shouldn't have access to it. I'm also going to completely gloss over the fact that that was a new All Perfect. That felt anomalous. This you, Mel? Dazai's husband? I'm gonna trust. Our favorite suicidal boy? Yep, that's him. How old is Bungo Stray Dogs, actually? Yeah, I needed a change of pace in some way. Do we like it more with tap sounds? Do the songs sound too naked when I'm not using them? When does Abyss reset? That's a good question. I hope it's not already reset. I wanted to do some other stuff besides the events in Genshin today. But we should be able to smack through the events. They seem to be quite short compared to roses and muskets. Or muskets and roses? I don't know. Hi, Nem. It's good to see you again. Happy faces and hearts. Claudio, yeah, absolutely. You can join on the next song for sure. I will warn you, we are only gonna play like 2 or 3 more songs on the English server before we switch over to the Japanese version. So get in while you can. I didn't know the last 2 notes were coming, to be perfectly honest. We got the full house! Alright, you guys. For these last 2 songs on EN, pick your favorite or I'll send you to the Shadow Realm, for real, for real. Not fake. I see some good picks. Okay. Y'all heard him. That's me. I'm the guy that picks recommended every time. What's up, Danny? You also pick your favorite? I can't. I'm like legitimately not able to pick songs in this game. If I did that, I would play the same like 5 songs over and over again. And when I am faced with the list, I can't. I would rather play the songs that everybody else enjoys to play. Just do it. It's not that simple. Get back in here, Ryuzaki. We can't have the finale without you. Well, this is a massive L. Nim, if you did that, I would disband the room. Not actually, but oh man. Alright, once we're done with this song, a block of ads is gonna run, and then while that's happening, I'm gonna switch over to the Japanese version of the game. Right. Thanks for playing with me, guys. If you still want to play on the Japanese version, catch me here in a couple minutes. I'll see you guys in a sec. What is going on? We're gonna ignore that. Enjoy breakfast, Mel. Hello? Everything's gone wrong. We shall see the fruits of your labor. There we go, the room is open. Had a bagel with tuna, egg, and cheese for lunch, and it was bussin'. What kind of cheese was it? Low-fat cream cheese and cheddar on the egg? Okay. It sounds good. Actually, wait, now that I think about it, I don't think I've actually had tuna before outside of just having raw tuna. Dude, that's crazy. That's huge. Also, team, what did we figure out? Sorry, I missed it.
I've never been good by word for you. I wanna be nothing so blue. On the city lights, we can get free. I'm okay, don't be scared. I will feel like you. I'm happy with me. Then wonder why my heart cries.
Ah, glad we figured it out then. How many crystals do I have? I still want to pull on this banner. This stuff is quite pretty. Even if I can't guarantee anything. I don't think I have this song unlocked. The release schedule is making me so sad. I feel left out. Come on. Good is very scary. Hi, Simp. How are you? Doing fine. My friend was at your place yesterday. You get the chance to play on JP. Nice. Did you have fun? Does the color of the yarn make things harder? Ah, okay. Does lighting help it? I'm dying. Ugh. Needing to cough during a song is the absolute worst. I've been purposefully playing on Master even on songs that I've AP'd, even if I have other stuff to clear on them, just so I can get my mojo back, and then stuff like this happens, where songs are getting picked that I don't even have unlocked, and I'm like, bro, I can't practice like this. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add the new double cheeseburger reward. I was gonna make an ASMR voice one. Like, actually for real. Those are the words of all time, Remington. What do they mean? Oh my gosh, I need to upgrade my unit. I wish you the best of skill, Remington. The best of skill. Johanna, bro. He's losing his mind. Next to the writing gotcha, it says up. What does that mean? It just means that the character exists on that banner. Oh no. That's so much stamina to burn. I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, Claudio made it back in. Nice. See you later, Danny. I wish you the best of luck on the rest of your homework if you still got more. That song has annoyingly small, like, note sections. It's kind of hard to tell what I'm doing wrong. Part of it is definitely that I can't keep up, though. so frustrated right now. Every section that I genuinely messed up on, I beforehand would start messing up, and there would be somebody with an accuracy increase unit that's making the taps sound like perfects. And it kept making me, like, lose synchronization with myself. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Also, thank you, Dean, for the stretch. I'll get to that real quick before I do a thing here. I'm gonna play that song by myself. I'm gonna play it by myself one time. Before we go back to co-op. And I'm either gonna get really embarrassed because I messed up more, or it's gonna go better. That's the only situation that ever folds out of all this. Now, first of all, I need like an empty team. Bruh. Work with me here. I want 0 accuracy. What's for dinner today? I do not know. Please do well, please do well, please do well. Don't frustrate yourself further. That part was where I got blocked the first time. And whenever I lose myself in there, there's no coming back. I'm not gonna lie. Once I get like this, once I mess up, I'm so furious and don't want to play the song anymore. Also, what 2-star unit has freaking accuracy up? Am I losing my mind? Which one of you did it? Bruh. Get out of my face. Where are the 1-star units? Okay, sorry about that. That was like a really selfish moment for me. I'll give Claudio a few seconds if they're still here. Bought everything for burgers except buns? Oh, not the sandwich bread. A burger with no proper bun is so... It shouldn't really be that way, but it's so sad in comparison to a regular burger bun. Sonalu, what's up? How are you? Yep, lobby's completely open for anybody who wants to play. Sorry, sandwich bread just isn't good enough to support anything that isn't a sandwich. Legit, sliced bread is not great unless you like just eat it as toast. Shall we wait for you, Sonalu? I will say though, Deem, hot dog buns, unless you get some like really bougie bakery hot dog buns, they're so ass. Just regular hot dog buns, they're never cut right. They're never like perfect. They're always like brittle or super soggy or whatever. Just, ugh. I don't like them. This may be a silly question, Sonalu, but do you have the Japanese version of the game? I have no clue what stamps I actually have. Alright, we're gonna play one real quick. We can try to figure out any problems you're having after this song. Oh dear, not again. This will not spark joy in your boy. Expect me to be fuming angry by the end of this. Silver, I cannot tell you how poorly timed your encouragement can be. Alright, we're gonna play this one, and then I have to run a little block of ads for a couple minutes, and then we can play a little bit more before I go eat. Yeah, we're playing on the Japanese version. No, no, no. Saorie, oh my gosh, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. No, no, no. There's no way I did this with one grade again. Can Ian and JP play together? They cannot. You have to have the specific version of the game. They've got a different song list. They got a few different mechanics. They are indeed basically different games. At least fundamentally. Obviously, I say that they are the same game, though. It's just they're not compatible with each other. What does fever chance and fever mean? So fever chance is when you accumulate the fever, and the actual fever is a score boost. Ah, Sonalu, don't worry about it. We do play Eon on here. It's just the first part of the stream. So we just passed the hour mark on JP. Usually when we start the stream at 4 p.m. Eastern, we'll play English on the English version of the game, and then we'll switch over to this one. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run the ads real quick, and then we can play a little bit more if you guys want to. Be right back. All right, we back at it. I appreciate your guys' patience with me today. What the heck? It's happening again. Why are you like this? Ooh, wow. This sucks. I've only got time for one more song after this. My food just got done. I feel like today's so hectic. All right, for this next one, I know we just got back. I'm super sorry. But pick your favorite song for this next one so we can go out on an absolute banger. And we lost Chaos. Will they make a grand return? I'll give him like 30 more seconds, just in case. Rest in peace? Question mark? Any tips on getting better? The biggest question I've got for you is, oh, bruh. This is not going out on a bang. I disapprove this highly. Are you playing on a phone or on a tablet? On your phone? My biggest thing would be, one, try to get a tablet. It's way more fun. But if you use your thumbs, try to use your index fingers instead. Ah, that was bad. I don't know what I expected. Repeating songs for me does not make me any better. Join in the worst possible song ever? Nah, random. It's okay. I've played this song like 4 or 5 times today. In the past like 15 minutes, no less. Oh, no, yeah, for sure, Sonalu. Tomorrow, we'll be doing the exact same thing as today. But so, if you're on your phone, I would discourage playing with your thumbs. I find it a lot easier to play with index fingers if you can find a place to secure your phone so that it won't like fly away. That'll be my first step. Second step is finding a note speed that's right for you. I would suggest starting at like 9.0 and making your way up or down depending on whether or not it's too fast or too slow for you. Did you play Folearn already? I don't have it unlocked, so I've only been playing on Expert, but my new ideology with those extremely difficult songs, extremely difficult. The more difficult songs that have high-level experts, I've decided that I'm gonna play Expert until I can AP them. And this is the second time I've gotten 1 crate on Folearn. It's a little bit ridiculous. And Remington, I say Satanic Bible for the survivability every single time. Also, Sonalu, thanks so much for the follow. Cries Popstar, you as well. You guys are the best. Now your boy is gonna go enjoy a little sandwich. It's really not that difficult. It's really not. I find it annoyingly basic. Because, like, we were playing Endmark right there, and I'm, like, sweating my balls off, trying my best to succeed. And I've been in a big mental block recently. And I do awful on that. And then I go over to Folern, and it's, oh, yeah, one great. I think it just comes down to the fact that Endmark is way more technical. They have a lot of more varied patterns. And in Folern, it's just, they just like be putting notes down on top of each other. It's so annoying. It's just spam. It's not a fun chart to play. It's so uninteresting. Anyway, friends, I will be back in a bit. You know the countdown shenanigans. When I get back, we'll play some Genshin Impact. And if you missed out on playing Project Sekai today, meet me back here 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and we'll play some more. The Master's kind of fun, though. I hope it is. I really hope it is. Once I get that AP, we're going straight in there. But I'm not going to unlock the song until I get that AP. I don't see the point in wasting my very, very limited music cards when I could be APing something else. Anyway, thanks for playing with me, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you soon in a little bit. We beat the timer by just a little bit, which is kind of weird to say, but welcome back, friends. How was everybody while I was gone? I'm an idiot. What did you do? What happened? You didn't read the fine print? Was it like a sign up beforehand or something that you didn't do? We're doing events. I don't need to do my commissions. Get out of here. Alright, we gotta go find 2 more of these. Should be simple enough. In the Arrhenius Forest. I'm gonna act like I'm a knower. Okay, and... where are we looking? Closer to here? Aha! The tourney you were excited for? It's for Brawls 2v2. We compete separately but score together. That's an interesting format. Kind of questioning. Well, actually, I don't know anything about the game. I can't say anything.
Suffocate! Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive! Everybody stand back! Useless! Picked the wrong target. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Oh, this is so scuffed. Is it over? No, there's... How many waves of enemies are there?
Time. Strike a pose! Time to shine!
I was gonna say, I don't... If it's just gonna be these guys, I don't feel the need to use my burst. Apparently they're trying a new thing. That way people aren't getting totally carried by the ones who've played for 7+ years. That's interesting. Again, I don't know the ins and outs of the game. Don't know the meta or whatever. So I don't know how anything would affect anything, really. But are you still competing in it? You don't have a teammate? Ah. So you can't just do, like, randoms.
I'm going in! Disappear!
Again, no point to me really doing this. But I guess we big chillin'. Except now I don't know.
Worthless!
Where is anybody?
Here!
So scuffed. I don't even know where the enemies are. I just hope that they die. Is this the place with the Oculus that was inside of the ship?
Time.
Because If so, I don't think I have the keys to open it. Certainly not. Wait, I'm only missing one of them now. I thought I was missing two.
Off we go.
Oh man, I say I can't wait to get my new Sealy. I'm never gonna use it.
Adventure time.
Shikikosha was the only gadget friend I liked having around because he was quiet. And then I got annoyed that he was flapping around.
It's a miracle.
But the color of this one is really cool. I kind of wish we could get one that's pink, like the one that's inside of the chasm? Question mark?
Useless.
Becomes
Everybody stand. Let my name echo in song.
lament.
Kind of did this in the wrong order, but we're not like, we're not that sweaty, are we?
Worthless. Here.
Off we go. Adventure time. Even better than I imagined.
I think there's only
It's
one
my
other
lucky
person I
day.
take with me because of the skill gap, and he's only 9 hours ahead of you. Oh no. Dude, it's so unfortunate when stuff like that comes up. And our last one is still an Arrhenius, but it's in here. Sweetened chai is so comfy. Just cinnamon. Cinnamon in general. Just so... When nobody else has my back, I know cinnamon's got my back. Oh wait, it's Sealy shaped. That's adorable. I don't know what the point of the obstacles there was, though. I didn't really feel like a thing I could fail. Learned the hard way about a year ago to not get them from Duncan. I would not trust Duncan with anything, actually. Oh, this one you can't, like, do hit and runs. You have to just stand still and get them. Help. There is no helping me. Tasted somewhere between fake banana and cough syrup. How was the texture? Like, how was the mouthfeel? Don't tell me it was, like, goopy. Yeah, I don't understand this part. We're just holding down a button. Texture was normal, but the flavor was sickening. Well, at least we didn't have, like, a textural nightmare as well. Because the worst thing is having something that tastes god-awful, and then also it being, like, weirdly grainy or something like that. It turns it from a bad drink to a traumatic experience.
Off we go.
Actually, might have been 2 years ago now. If it's that fresh, it must have been actually terrible. Ancient iron coins! Ancient iron coins! Nice, very nice. With so many ancient iron coins, I'm sure I can make a pretty pile of Mora. Thanks a ton, Ether and Paimon. What do you plan on doing next? Of course, I'm going to think of a way to exchange these ancient iron coins for Mora, or other convenient and useful items. But seriously, I really don't want to get tangled up with all that middleman from before. He takes a huge cut every time. Not only that, but it takes forever for him to get my money to me. I haven't got a clue what he's doing. But, other than him, I simply can't find anyone reliable to work with. Enough of that. These are for you. Consider it a bonus for our fruitful long-term cooperation. Once my business in Fontaine is over, I'll need to think carefully about my next steps. I can't just keep traveling. That's way too tiring. Well, sweet. That's one event just knocked out of the park like that. Actually, I gotta see the Sealy. Yeah, that, like, really light yellow with the purple and blue. I like that a lot, actually.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
And now I'm gonna put them away. And then we can put the NRE back in our spot. Sweet.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
And we've got Farina up on friendship for a decent while. And then once she's at level 10, we can kind of freestyle whatever we want to do for the commissions again, since the only person we won't have at level 10 would be Chevrus. Ah, you know what? We still have to do Kaya's last ending. I'll have to remember to do that once we're done with this event. If it's even completable right now. I didn't think about that. I assume that this event started like last week. Also, Silver was mentioning something about Abyss. Resets in 2 days, so next Sunday. We'll have to do that. What luck two fine-looking adventurers such as yourselves have run into me. Constantine, here today. It must be fate. Simultaneously want to get on Genshin myself and don't want to touch my PlayStation. It's not going anywhere at the very least. For the long foreseeable future, Genshin will be waiting for your return very patiently. So tell me, the pair of you, do you wish to revel in glorious combat? Talk about out of the blue. Do you usually start conversations like this? Are you looking to pick a quarrel? No, I'm not challenging you two to a fight. By combat, I don't mean some frivolous venting of pent-up anger nor some kind of highway robbery. I'm talking about an ode to your inner passion, an artistic appreciation of the expression of your natural instincts. Evolution has given us hands with which to grip our swords, so it's our duty to use them for their purpose, clenching a blade most beautiful and wielding it in an elegant dance of death. As a pair of intrepid adventurers, I have no doubt that you'll be masters of this art. You seem to be grasping the wrong end of the stick when it comes to combat. You're making it sound like the best thing since sliced bread. Even though Paimon doesn't usually get involved, just seeing how Ether deals with enemies is enough for her to know that fighting's really tough. That's another thing. We haven't even told you who we are. How can you be so sure we're good at fighting? Well, we're already quite some distance from the court of Fontaine. How else could you have gotten here, if not by slaughtering every monster obstructing your path? By dropping out of the sky? Wrong. We jumped off the aqua bus. Oh, facts. Anyway, the aura emanating from you betrays how strong you are. I'm sure you've vanquished many powerful foes, and equally certain that you'll be very interested to hear about the one that resides in the domain behind me. Hey now, we're back to familiar territory. Let Paimon guess. You were about to ask, would the two of you please demonstrate your prowess in combat for me? That's right. Would the two of you please demonstrate your prowess in combat for me? Pretty please? Then our response is, why don't you go do it yourself, huh? That's because when I went inside just now, I got beaten black and blue. Only you can't tell because I covered it up with makeup as quickly as I could. Paimon didn't expect you to just admit it like that. Great job with the makeup. You nailed it. There's no shame in defeat. After all, I'm only a writer, so naturally I'm not an expert fighter. I haven't been practicing for nearly long enough. I hope we see Kabe's mom sometime in Fontaine, maybe a world quest later on. That would be cool. That would be really cool. I kind of forgot about that. That whole bit about his mom, was that in his hangout? I only got the urge to put myself to the test after coming across stories about a certain blade dancer called LaFeint? While reading through some reference materials. He likened combat to a dance of blades, and with the help of a certain talented engineer, had multiple arenas built where exquisite performances were held. Such consummate elegance! Though he ended up in the Maison Gardiennage's bad books and had to flee Fontaine, stories of such legendary deeds make for gripping reading. I couldn't just let such top-notch source material go completely to waste. So, what you're saying is, you were trying to imitate a legendary figure? Exactly. I wanted to get into his head and understand his frame of mind. It took years of painstaking searching before I finally found this domain. What happened, Limu? It seems luck is with me. This must have been one of the arenas that the blade dancer built back in the day. If only someone could perform such a blade dance in the flesh and let me bear witness to the spectacle. I'd be able to write a novel about a legendary swordsman modeled after the blade dancer himself, and in so keep his elegance alive for posterity. Of course, the two of you will certainly be richly rewarded for your trouble. My writings would also be a written record of your hard work, which would itself become the stuff of legend, passed down far into the future, at least among novel enthusiasts. When you put it all fancy like that, Paimon's starting to feel curious. Ether, what do you say? It's basically free money. Good point. That means we're agreeing to help this swashbuckling novelist, right? I knew you'd agree. Then I'll leave it to you two. And don't worry, I've hidden a camera in the domain that will capture all of your heroics. Your promised reward will be waiting for you upon your triumphant return. Oh, this is one where you need to repeat a character inside of both teams. How do you spell that? You didn't spell anything wrong as far as I see. Oh no. He's yawning. They're all open. You'd love to see it. All right. You spelled upset, right? That's not cool. Okay, what's on the other side? I'm assuming... Wait, hold up. Let's actually read it. When a character triggers the crystallize reaction, a stone shockwave will be unleashed at their location, dealing AoE geo damage and resonating with nearby geo constructs, releasing stone shard shockwaves which deal AoE geo damage. The effect can be triggered once every 2 seconds, and each time it is triggered, up to 2 stone shard shockwaves can be produced. While heightened verve is active, different opponent types will spawn, and defeating them will net you more points. So we've got slimes and stuff on the first one. I'm thinking that we bring... Oh. I can just have Navia. But... I am going to bring... the Goro team. And then on this other side... I'm not really sure. Perhaps... the Nobushi and stuff? I want to use the Nouvelette team, but I feel like that might be a little bit of a lame decision. I mean, I guess theoretically I could try to bring Navia. But I don't really know how she works, per se. What kind of... I could bring Raiden Shogun for off-field Electro, or like maybe Fischl or something. Getting Electro off-field is like super easy. I can use Fischl, Shinobu, Raiden Shogun. I just don't know if Navia is necessarily on field a lot. I wish I could... Oh, I can. Okay, let's read up on this. So this is her... Having Zhongli could kind of mitigate the HP loss of Farina. So we were walking in the park with you were walking in the park with your mom. By the way, is like the edge of the city, and the edge is like the river. We saw a bunch of people next to the rail making songs to the river. Seems a guy was in a boat, and the boat flipped, and the guy fell and drowned. They're trying to get other boats to see him and rescue him, and they called the water ambulance. Dude, that's a really tragic situation. I don't really want to ever witness something like that happen. It would be like so much uncertainty and like pressure, not pressure, tension. I'd be so antsy. I'm actually questioning. Is Navi a national real? Is that like a thing? I don't want to think about it anymore, so I'm just gonna go. Oh, I didn't bring Bennett. Put Zhongli on both sides. Kinda dingus moment.
It's showtime! Cha! Let's roll!
Spaced out there for like 30 minutes. It do be like that.
Fall in! I'm going in! Press the advantage!
What was the goal for
Who
score
wants some
here?
of this?
6,000?
I will have order.
Ito doing damage? Man, what? You got a problem with Ito? You think he can't do damage?
It's showtime! Let's roll! Attaboy! This is order. Charge! Teamwork is dreamwork! Everyone on me!
The lack of energy problems is giving me much joy. But I think that's just because the enemies are dying so fast.
Attaboy! Order guide you. I'm going in! Rally! It's showtime!
No, you're not dead.
Let's roll! Everybody stand back! Press the advantage! Who wants some of this?
Alright. Time to make a fool out of myself here.
Let's get down to business!
Eat this!
Let me weave you a verse.
Fire! Well, with rock. Feeling lucky? Haha! Feeling lucky? Ha!
Oh wait, she infuses her own normal attacks?
Umbrella warfare,
Okay,
I
that's
guess.
not as bad. I can get behind this.
Huh? Rain outlines your rain cutter.
Hey-ya! Attack! That's the way. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Now this one's got your name on it. Ha! Hiya!
I feel like I should probably be spacing out my skills with her more often.
Booba, get them! You're toast!
Witness the power of
A proper send-off! From the Spina with Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Feeling lucky? Ha! Ha! This one's got your name on it.
time to rain outlines.
This
your
one's not really popping off, but that's okay. At the very least, I can experiment.
Well, this one's got your name on it. Watch out!
Let's get down to business.
Ah!
How's this?
Umbrella warfare, I guess. No, my sword.
Yeah, I got like no points on this one. It's fine.
Fire! Well, with rocks. Ha! Feeling lucky?
3 to 6? You can get 6?
Feeling lucky?
This is order.
I thought 3 was the most. This one we want you want overload, dog? What the? Well, it's on the second one. Oh, huge. It's a super easy team right there. But I don't know what I want to do for this one. 3 is bullets, 6 they light up. Oh, okay. So getting the pyro or electro related reactions is not going to be hard on round 2, but overload sounds really annoying. Like, is there anything I can do? Yoimiya's got pretty crap ICD. I don't remember what Chevrolet does. I've never read up on what she actually. Hold up, I got a splinter from my cabinet, and it's like been bothering my palm so much. Restore HP. Chevrolet is a healer. And then the burst just does damage. Okay, this one's a passive. Okay. So I need just pyro and electro. I am gonna completely question myself here. I don't think this is gonna work out very well. But could use Dia. I don't know. I don't know about Dia. All right, train wreck time.
Meat. Nice and spicy. Final warning. Eat this. Inazuma shines eternal. Ha.
Illusion shattered.
Out of the frying pan. Justice will prevail. I'll settle this.
Now you shall perish.
Oh, I didn't use Xiangling's burst. So now we've got no overload happening.
There is no escape.
Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right there. Our bond is strong. Lightning, purify.
Full reset.
You're toast.
Torn to oblivion.
Goba, get them. Stand with me. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Out of my way.
Now you shall perish.
Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right there. Dissipate. Lightning, purify.
Shine down.
Eat this.
Torn to oblivion.
Justice will prevail. Out of my way. Our bond is strong.
Now you shall perish.
What's up, Limu? Nah, Ito is not... I feel like everybody regrets pulling for Ito. Did I ever tell you that you have the most contagious laugh ever? No. I think my laugh is cringe as hell.
There is no escape.
Let's light it up.
Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. The wind knows me.
Don't I do...
Teamwork is dreamwork.
I feel like I use Yolon's burst first. Ryuzaki changed name color. What's going on?
Shine down. One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call. Into the wind. Things are about to get tight.
I'm going in.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape. One with nature. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Into the wind.
Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion one with
In my defense, the dark blue is
the birds call.
very, very apparent.
Game's up. Fun's over. I'm going in.
Torn to oblivion. As one with wind and cloud.
Things are about to get dicey. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Now you shall perish. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Wind strike.
Really do not be cooking on this at all.
I'm going in.
Torn to oblivion.
I never know what people's colors are truly. I think mine are accurate. Let me see. Chat settings. Doobadaba-doobadee. Chat appearance? No, it's... Yeah, I don't have readable colors on, so I think mine are just the regular colors. Because I think on mine, people have the option to, like, make their name black. Or, you know, like, poo brown. And it will be exactly that. So we got... Need an all cryo team basically on the first one. And they want you to freeze. For sure, for sure. I don't know. I might make Ganyu the overlap here. I might make Ganyu the overlap, which sounds kind of weird. But hear me out. And by hear me out, I mean, dude, I'm so stupid. Don't hear me out at all. You are so thirsty to use Shenhe. It's crazy.
Blaze over. Cryo incarnate. Embrace the ice. Access denied. My will embodied. Take flight. All hail. Do your master's bidding.
I don't know where that's going.
Samatsu. My
Yeah, it's not
apologies.
helpful.
Take your true form. Whirling snow.
Sometimes I wonder if it would be worth it to run
By ordinance divine, obey. Sakura swirl.
something like 2 Electro and 2 Cryo.
Long overdue.
Just so that I can make sure that I have my burst.
My apologies.
Because I think...
No touching.
I don't think
My
Ganyu's...
will embodied.
either it's a buff to Cryo damage or a debuff to Cryo resistance. Whichever one of those is going out, I feel like it's not as helpful as having a proper rotation going.
Transfiguration. Blaze over.
Also, the enemy spawns are... They're like way too squishy to really care about my burst.
Take your true form. Do your master's bidding. Sakura swirl. Whirling snow.
It's always really unfortunate.
Everybody stand back. You're toast.
Hit opponents affected by Cryo. Are you stupid? Is Melt, like, not making this work?
Solidify.
Access denied. I'm going in. Eat this.
Bruh.
Gather.
I'm really... What is going on? This might actually be the worst thing ever. This is actually, like, so stupid.
Everybody stand back. Hey-ya! Born of ice and frost. Next on the agenda.
So to make those enemies spawn, I have to literally just hit enemies with Cryo, so you are low-key forced
Stabilize.
Teamwork is strength.
You're low-key forced to just bring a freeze team, because you have to hit an enemy that's already got... They need to not have affected as the wording here. They need to have the word applied. For real, for real. The good old green beans at work. Increase or decrease the character's HP 40 times. And trigger hydro-related reactions. Oh. That's... Actually... Okay. What else can I cook with in that regard? So we have natural electrocharged. And then we also have natural vaporize. What else can we throw in there that can be passive for another reaction? Because there's not a ton of off-field stuff going on. I think Ganyu is like my only off-field cryo option. And she would, I would assume, struggle to get her burst. ER is not exactly one of her focuses. Could just do Baiju. He can maybe kind of do something. I would say I'd just bring Raiden Shogun for the hilly churls, but that feels like I'm shooting myself in the foot for that. Maybe I just go all in on protection for myself. Because my bones tell me, hey, bring Nahida. But I can't be... I legitimately just cannot be doing that, really. Switching to Nahida in these events with a bunch of weak enemies, it never goes well. The rotation's just completely off because it takes time for her to go... whoop, and then we gotta factor in the fact that it takes a couple seconds to actually go through the character switching. This one, weirdly enough, I do just want to run something like this. Oh, I've already used up Zhongli, bro. How are those gloves? Gloves? I'm confused. Who is this for? Actually, I'm gonna say for Sampo, I'm gonna break this to you very slow and easy right now. Do not farm that set for Sampo. So you know that damage over time set, and oh, what's the other one? The one for follow-up attacks. You want that damage over time set for Sampo. If it was on that set, that would actually be pretty dang good. But yeah, I think I don't know who would use that besides like maybe Danheng, the wind Danheng. I know Blade's not going to use that. Sampo's got his new best in slot with that damage over time set. Yeah. If you're in there for more than one relic set, like the other one, I would just save the ones that have crit, substats, and speed or whatever. This will increase the attack a little bit, I guess. Still technically a shield.
Supporting fire! Don't get too close!
Time to shine! Going in!
Disappear! Here!
Oh, they're far away.
Worthless! Worthless!
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come
Barbecue chicken and rice now? Hey,
Fire it
yo.
up!
Teamwork is true!
Evil conquering! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here! Boring!
Strike at the... Stop that! Let my name echo in song!
I got you covered!
Everybody stand back!
Lament! Worthless! Here! 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 Useless! Supporting fire!
Let the world come alive! I'm going in!
Evil conquering! Here! Here! Worthless! Boring!
Time to shine!
I got you covered! Check
Karina's got the worst iframes ever. Like, actively just the worst.
Solidify. Taking a turn for the better.
Let the world come alive!
The time.
Dude, she was getting knocked around so bad. And she had, like, no field time for it.
Stabilize. Remember, health comes first.
Let my name echo in song! Strike
Be sanctified. Gather.
time to shine!
Seems like an emergency.
Yoo-hoo!
The tides beckon. Silence. Stabilize.
Let my name echo in song! Strike at the...
Remember, health comes first. Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Time to shine!
Why are the slimes showing up now? Like, this
Taking a turn for the better.
this really did not make my plan go very well. I mean, it's working out fine. But still, like... I based my team around this so that I didn't have to apply stuff myself, and it's... This is really rude.
Justice, silence.
Nah, I'm saying the slime. It was all hilly churls and Mida churls the entire time, and I went there expecting to see more natural enemies with natural application on themselves, like the Abyss Mage and the slimes. They just never showed up until the very end, and it like didn't matter at that point. It was too dang late. See, and oh, this is the thing. This is the big thing. You got Welt? Are we upset by that? Did we already have Welt? I'm like 20 or 30. Oh, you used your 300th for him. I see. For me, I'm gonna end up using my 300 on either Bronya or Japard, and I'm leaning more towards Japard. But yeah, Star Rail's not very nice with the 5-star luck with me. I've got 2 of his light cone. I purchased 1 from the shop, I think, for Kafka at the time. I think it's on Kafka right now. And I think I had it on Sampo, actually, for a while. And then I actually got him. Then I had to put a poopy 3-star Lycone that I lost 50-50 or something like that. Not lost 50-50. I got his Lycone naturally, so I slapped it on him. What's the anime today, by the way? Nobody's claimed it yet. Nobody's claimed it yet. But Eerie, how are you going to build him? Are we going to make him a DPS, or is he going to send people to the next dimension with Imprison? Telling you it's out of stock? Really? Why? No, it's not out of stock. I would just say refresh the page if you haven't since yesterday. So we have to make an aggravate team for this. And we're bringing somebody across both sides. I really don't like it when they make a Dendro related challenge, because I do always want to bring Nahida. Well, I guess Raiden Shogun's going both sides. I want to bring Kuching, but like, if I'm bringing Raiden Shogun, then it's kind of irrelevant. Actually, no. We're not bringing her on both sides. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's the top of the hour. I'm gonna run a couple ads so you guys don't have to watch me deliberate over what team to bring for this. I'm gonna think about it while those are running, and then we'll be right back. Would you believe me if I said that I have made just about no progress on thinking about this at all? This whole aggravate and forcing me to make cores on the other one is driving me insane. Like, I'm actually losing my mind. I'm full stop losing it. My electro options are just fine. What happened to just Oonga Boonga it? Just be mindless about it when I was doing it? Dude, they're giving me objectives. Use Shinobu on both sides? Dude, even changing the... Oh, I'm gonna... I can't even clear the shit without losing my mind. Okay. Shinobu on both sides. Compelling argument, I'll be honest. I don't want to have 3 of one element or anything like that. And that's like holding me back the most. I don't want 3 electro. That's so stinky. This is what I was trying to avoid. It feels wrong. This whole thing feels so wrong. Yeah, this is gonna do absolutely nothing.
You stand condemned. Guilty. Your penance is due.
Maybe this will be like slightly better. I've never mixed Anemo and Dendro, which sounds stupid. I'm never doing Hyper Bloom on Sino. It's not gonna happen. It's so unconducive to anything with my characters.
Remember, health comes first. Judgment is upon you.
Except I can only group one.
You stand condemned.
This is not the kind of team you bring to shred small guys.
You stand condemned. Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Seems like an emergency.
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Welcome here. Today. Your penance is due. You stand condemned.
I don't think any aggravate team is gonna do actually well here.
Guilty. One with nature. As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
Lightning terrified.
Taking a turn for the better. Time to go. Through me, justice is served. You are not welcome here.
Dead ass Kazuha is gonna do more work here than
Fallen leaves.
Tignati.
I'll settle this. Our bond is strong.
Of course not, they're literally forcing Bloom here? What do you mean?
Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Does Quicken still get procced in Hyper Bloom?
You stay condemned. One with nature.
No.
As one with wind and cloud.
This is the one only question I need answered.
Remember, health comes
Does Quicken
Dissipate.
get procced in Hyper Bloom? Because my impression with their thing here was that, like, they're saying you need Quicken reactions to activate the thing. And in my head that goes, so we need only aggravate, we can't make cores.
Make yourselves at home.
Because this second one is, like, for sure.
Let me weave you a verb. Our bond is strong.
They want you to do, like, Bloom at the very least, or Hyper Bloom. Also, this is what I'm talking about with Nahida. This just doesn't work.
Hey! I'll settle this. Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power. Share my knowledge.
Thankfully, we can just get this done. This is not nearly as bad as the non-Kazuha Sino team.
Now I'm mad. Out of the Temple of Wisdom. Bro, no, my sword. Huh? Let me weave you a verse.
Diffract.
Things are getting really out of whack.
Yourselves at home. A minute to memory. Dissipate. Yeah.
To which, at this point, I say, bruh, what do you want from me?
Everyone hold hands. I'll settle this. The Temple of Wisdom. Hey.
Scatter.
Out of my way! Our bond is strong. Everyone hold hands. Let me weave you a verse. Make yourselves at home.
The process of elimination.
Food is pretty good. I agree. Unauthorized combat! Seize them immediately! Upon discovering such a dangerous domain, you should have reported it straight back to the Maison Gardinage, not started an unauthorized investigation, let alone used violence. You really are a bloodthirsty one, aren't you? But please! Not only are we not in the court of Fontaine, but we're beating up monsters. Can we really be arrested for that? Are you a registered member of the Adventurers Guild? No, I'm not. I didn't have what it takes to pass their physical tests. Then, presumably, you informed the Maison Gardinage in advance that you planned on using weapons within the borders of Fontaine? Huh? You have to declare in advance that you're planning to use weapons? Of course you do. If any old Pierre, Paul, or Jacques could start a fight in Fontaine whenever they wanted, where would that leave the Maison Gardinage? Waving weapons around like toys without a permit, you're lucky that the Gardamex didn't treat you like an intruder. Take a good look at yourself. You're practically a fake Fontainian. Do you seriously think us arresting you would be some grave miscarriage of justice? My gosh. I've completely misjudged this whole thing. As a writer, I selected my source material poorly and should have known better than to overlook the basic setting of the story. A complete dereliction of duty. We often investigate domains on a whim, and we've never had to declare anything before. But it's been ages since we became adventurers, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh, it's you two. You're both A-listers. My name is Enyin, and I am a veteran member of the Guards with years of experience out in the wilds. A short while ago, while patrolling nearby, I caught sight of this reckless fellow. I've had leftover Echoes of War for like months now. If you clear those every single time, I think you will end up with way too much on your hands. Like, aside from the newest one that came out, all the Echoes that are out right now, I've got 20 of each material. He explained the ins and outs of why he's been loitering around here, and showed me this strange domain. He also informed me that the two of you were taking part in this blade dance of his. We had a smashing time in there. Of course not. Oh, so you're just gonna ignore what I said and just go to the one that says, "Are we being arrested?" Of course not. On the contrary, in light of the outstanding pluck and valor that the two of you have shown, I'd say you deserve a handsome reward. Despite the recklessness of his undeclared use of dangerous weaponry, all we're really talking about here is bringing this rascal in and giving him a verbal warning. Not like he committed any major crimes, so of course he won't be punished too severely. Even if it's just a fine, I'm afraid that I have but little more to give you. Don't panic, don't panic. Though Constantine tends to exaggerate, he's certainly not a bad person. He's just mesmerized by the art and elegance of combat and wants to write a novel, that's all. Do you hear that? The celebrities are interceding on your behalf. Don't let me catch you making the same mistake again, you reckless, albeit thoroughly decent fellow. Next time, I guarantee you, I'll do all the necessary preparation before I start another on-site investigation. Anyways, I'll do things by the book and take him back to the Maison Gardinage for a good tongue lashing. Another member of the guards will be over later to get this domain properly cleaned up. But with the two of you here, it doesn't really pose a danger anyway. If you so desire, please feel free to carry on beating up the monsters inside. You'd be doing my colleague a huge favor. So, we're now a pair of knights in shining armor who've been doubly rewarded, not only by the sword novelist, but by the Maison Gardinage too. All in all, not a bad little detour, huh? Okay. So, about Kaya. He's still not done. What up, Mr. Playman?
You're always so busy. It's high time you gave yourself a proper break. Even the sharpest blade loses its edge if it's always in use. Regular maintenance is essential for reliable performance. And anyway, life is short, so we should make the most of the time we have. Right now is the perfect time to relax and enjoy ourselves. And who knows how many other chances we'll get. So come on, what do you say?
Let me take you somewhere new.
Great. Music to my ears. I'll cover the travel costs, of course. There's nothing more enjoyable than the company of a good friend. Let's call this a nice little excursion to round off my long business trip. Now, let me think where we should go. I've seen a lot of Sumeru already, so let's go for someplace new. How about Liyue? I'd be heading past there on my way back to Mondstadt anyway, so it's not out of the way.
I know Liyue inside and out.
Well, lucky me. I'll hold you to that. Liyue's Ministry of Civil Affairs frequently corresponds with the Knights of Favonius, so the address on their letterhead is one of the few places I'm familiar with. I don't have much luggage, so it won't take me long to pack. Give me a moment, and then we'll head there together.
Oh wow, we really just... Wait, no, this one's on the bottom, isn't it? That's okay. Whoever complained about walking through Liyue? Oh,
Off we go.
no, it's up top.
I've heard that there's lots to see and do in Liyue, but I'm sure you're more familiar with the place than I am, so I'll leave the itinerary to you.
I know all the best scenic spots. Can't go wrong when you're with me.
Great. Maybe you can tell me about your previous travels here along the way. It's such a satisfying feeling to just drop everything, go on a long trip, and see something new. Who knows who we might cross paths with? We might even end up going on an impromptu adventure. Just like how I met you in Port Omos, and now we're here. Come on, let's see what's up ahead.
Yeah, we finished the treasure event too. I got my
Do you know this
4th
shop?
Sealy.
It looks pretty nice from the outside. Shall we take a look?
Welcome to Mingxing Jewelry. We are a long-established trader of precious stones. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Let me see. Ah, some nice jewelry you've got here. Maybe I can grab something with a local flavor as a souvenir. What do you think, traveler? See anything that suits my style? I trust your judgment.
Already buying souvenirs on the first day of your trip?
Ah, you're interested in souvenirs. If you're struggling to decide, you might want to consider getting some jade. You can't go wrong with a nice jade pendant. They're an elegant addition to your look, whatever your age or gender. If you're looking for a specific design, we can make it to your specifications. It does take some time to fulfill an order, however. High-quality jade is hard to come by, so our waiting list is at least a couple of weeks.
Oh, that's a pity. I'm just visiting and I won't be in town for very long. So as much as it pains me to do so, I'm afraid I'll have to leave this beautiful bijou behind.
No worries at all, sir. If you're looking for something off the shelf, why not go and see Mr. Shurto at the Jade Mystery? He also deals in jade and precious stones.
You mean the jade betting guy?
Exactly. But on that note, let me give you a word of advice. There's no risk in purchasing a piece of jade that's already been cut. But you could lose all of your mora betting on uncut rocks.
The rocks he has aren't even jade.
I won't say any more, as I don't want my fellow vendors to think I'm bad-mouthing them. But I think you catch my drift. It's only human nature to spend a little when you're on a trip, but don't be too hasty to part with your cash. The Ministry of Civil Affairs takes everyone's economic well-being very seriously, and they often send out the Millilith to spread public awareness of well-known scams.
Listen,
As guests here,
He's
I
just a
encourage you to
scammer.
watch out for anyone trying to rip you off.
I think that's sound advice wherever you go into that. We appreciate it, boss.
Kaya, I really don't want to go over there. Yeah, kinda. I don't want to talk about it though. I'm
Looking
trying to
for
be
uncut
better.
stones or pre-cut jade? We've got plenty of both for your viewing pleasure.
Uncut stones. Ah, yes, we were just briefed on that. Let's take a look at the pre-cut jade.
We mustn't rush into a purchase.
I believe I detect a quiet but distinct tone of apprehension in your words. Please rest assured, there's nothing to be quite so wary about with my business. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. I think you'll find that everything I do here is entirely above board and legitimate, and I sell only pure and unadulterated goods. No scam guaranteed. Sure, you can bet on Jade and lose if you're unlucky, but that doesn't make it a scam. My terms are clear and transparent, and I only do business with willing customers. What scammer can claim that?
Sounds perfectly reasonable. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much the vendor is charging. If the customer decides to hand over their money, they're taking the bait of their own free will.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you understand. Although your peculiar phrasing at the end there, you almost make it sound as if I really am scamming people. Anyway, betting on Jade is what it is. Feel free to try your luck, but if you can't afford to lose, then it's not for you. We don't need to cause each other any trouble. I'll leave you to browse at your own pace now while I deal with other potential customers.
Amber-colored jade would probably make for a good souvenir.
Are you really thinking of buying it?
Why not? This is a quirky little place. Somehow, I'm inclined to entertain him for a bit.
These core lapis pieces are a mora a dozen.
Well, if you're not interested, then I guess we'll pass.
Get shit on.
Ahoy there, Captain! Fancy seeing you back in town. Struck any gold lately?
What, a poor sailor like me? You must be joking. I barely managed to make ends meet. What about you, Chateau? Still scamming people with your pile of rocks?
Hey! Keep your voice down. Can't you see I've got customers? But more to the point, when have you ever seen a customer get scammed in my store?
I mean, you want the full list? Or... Hold up, is that? Captain Kaya! What, brings you to Liyue?
Oh, just taking a short trip with my friend. It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a good while, hasn't it?
Why is bro so nervous?
Anywhere you'd recommend I visit while I'm here?
Let me think. Wanmin Restaurant's always a pretty good bet. Chef Mao's daughter is a skilled chef, and their prices are very reasonable. My wife can't get enough of their boiled fish. You could give that a try. And, speaking of my wife, she won't let me forget what a great help you've been to us before. So thank you, on her behalf.
Your wife? Ah, yes. How is she doing these days? Keeping well?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Anyway, I've got something I need to do down at the South Wharf, so my apologies, Captain Kaya, but I'd better get going.
All right. See you.
That was weird.
Ah, I finally remembered who that was. Captain Wu. He runs a transport business between Mondstadt and Liyue.
I see. So you went through that whole conversation with no idea who you were talking to. Well, that explains the generic pleasantries and the general awkwardness. Old Wu's usually quite the chatterbox, so it's very unusual for him to just take off mid-conversation. How exactly do you two know each other anyway?
Maybe he owes Kaya a favor?
An educated guess. Yes, you could put it like that. It's pretty straightforward, honestly. The captain was making a delivery to Mondstadt when his ship sprang a leak. He overexerted himself fixing it and keeping the cargo dry, and ended up passing out from exhaustion. I took him to Mondstadt to recover.
Well, it still seems strange to me. Sure, he's hardly the most charming conversationalist, and he's also mighty stubborn, but all of us know Old Wu is an honest and kind-hearted man. His eldest was once playing on that big rock over there when he took a tumble and injured himself. I helped to patch the kid up, and the next day, Old Wu was here to buy a couple of uncut stones. I'm just surprised he was so quick to excuse himself, that's all. Normally, he's the kind of guy who, if you run into him on the street and he owes you a favor, he'll grab you by the hand and thank you profusely until you ask him to stop.
Well, stubborn, I can believe. Someone had drilled a gaping hole in his ship, and the water was coming in fast. How he managed to make it all the way to Mondstadt, not to mention with his cargo intact, I have no idea.
Someone drilled a hole in his ship? Oh dear. It must have been one of the less savory captains out there trying to sabotage his business so they can squeeze their way into the market. When competition is stiff, sometimes things get ugly. It's the way of the world, unfortunately. His line of work isn't easy. The poor fellow usually has to set sail before the break of dawn. He's been loitering around a lot these past few weeks, though. I thought maybe he'd come into some Mora. Competition is fierce these days, and there's not a lot of Mora to be made in shipping. So every day he stays idle is another negative in the books. I do wonder what's gotten into him. Anyway, I digress. We merchants protect our goods like our own lives, so who knows? Maybe he had some important cargo to see to. Either way, good sir, don't mind him.
Kaya's a good knight.
I am an upstanding member of the Knights of Favonius after all.
This is a lot of yapping.
Just look me in the eyes. Don't you find me trustworthy?
Since you asked about recommendations earlier, you're here from Mondstadt, yes? Might I suggest the tea house is somewhere to rest your legs? If memory serves, they're just about to retell the tale of Bravebeard the Valiant from the top. Why not pay them a visit?
Huh. Sounds interesting enough. Let's check it out.
It gets worse? You can't say that. You cannot say that it gets worse.
So this is the Huyu Tea House.
Let's find some seats.
We meet again, Captain Kaya. What a coincidence. Twice in one day.
Didn't you say you had something to do with the South Wharf?
Oh, that didn't take me long, and I ran the whole way.
Wu, weren't you just at Wanwen Bookhouse buying a book for your daughter? What's this talk about the wharf?
Oops.
Shh, just leave it be, Aunt Jong. There's no need to embarrass him right in front of everyone else.
Too late.
I take it that you two aren't from around these parts. I'm a caravan guard by trade, and meeting people from all over the world is one of the main perks of the job for me. Why don't you join my table so we can get to know each other?
Oh, seems like the tea house is the place to be in Liyue. Feels like I'm back in the angel share. Did you manage to get something for your daughter just now, Captain Wu?
Yes, thank you. If it weren't for you, Captain Kaya, she might not have even made it into this world.
I'm so lost, Wu. What's the story here?
Oh, not the whimper.
Your wife's originally from Mondstadt, isn't she? Did you run into Captain Kaya when you were there on business, or when you were visiting the in-laws?
The latter.
So wait, Kaya saved you more than once?
Oh, this is so humiliating. Anyway, back when my wife was pregnant, we were taking a trip to Mondstadt to visit her parents this one time, when we were mugged by a group of treasure hoarders near Dawn Winery.
Oh, that sounds awful. Were either of you hurt?
I mean, he's still here, and he's still got all his limbs, so they can't have roughed him up too bad. I'm guessing Captain Kaya stepped in before they could do either of you any serious harm, huh?
Yes, he did. Thankfully, he heard my wife crying for help and drove them away. My wife was injured and quite shaken up by the ordeal, so he took her to the winery and asked them to look after her.
So what happened to you? Where did you disappear to?
I was in the water.
Huh? What did you jump in the water for? You know they can still get you in there, right?
No, that's not... They threw me into the water and, stripped me of all my clothes.
They did what? Did they have a weird fetish or something? Stripping a sailor naked and throwing him into the water? It's not like you were going to drown. So, then what? I take it you swam to shore?
The treasure hoarders
Chong's
always
got a
move
little
groups.
bit of
Fighting back when you're
too
outnumbered
much of a
isn't
kick out of
usually an
this.
option. It's no surprise that they quickly overpowered Captain Wu. I'm just glad that everyone made it out all right at the end.
Captain Kaya, Please, there's no need for you to try to save face for me like this. I already owe you so much. You don't have to do anything more. Yet, despite that, I somehow only ended up humiliating myself further. Oh, there's no point in me trying to save face now. They tossed me into the water to humiliate me, and to use it as leverage to get my wife to pay up. But they didn't know that I could swim. What I'd intended was to pretend to drown, then sneak back onto shore while they weren't looking, and find a way to
How do
rescue
you
my
fake
wife.
drowning?
That was before Captain Kaya appeared out of nowhere and saved the day. So then I figured I'd get out of the water, get dressed, and catch up with you. But God knows what they did with my clothes. I couldn't find them anywhere. By the time I gave up looking for them, you were most of the way to the winery, so I had to run after you with nary a thing on myself.
Outrageous.
This dude was streaking.
So, what happened next?
I made it to the winery, but the maids noticed me first, and they called the Lord of the Manor out to give me the beating the treasure hoarders never got around to. After my wife recovered consciousness, she had to have a long talk with the young lord to explain everything. He then escorted us both safely to Stonegate.
Oh, whoa. I'm sorry. But...
Ugh, good luck living that one down.
That's what I'm saying.
Trust me, I know. My wife never lets me forget.
I mean, at least she's having fun.
I'm sorry,
I'm just
Captain.
standing here like,
I wasn't intending to share that story.
It's fine. It's my own fault for thinking I could sweep it under the carpet and forget about it. I don't know if I can ever repay you for all you've done. That's why I get so embarrassed every time I run into you. Still, it won't stop me from trying. You and your friend are here to catch the storyteller, right? The tea's on me. It's the least I can do. In fact, they do serve some food here, too, but it's not the best. Okay, let me run and get some fruit to share. I'll be right back.
what's
I
poppin'?
wonder how much Fanaria caught of that. Old Wu really has no filter, does he?
I mean, you asked him.
I wonder how much Fan...
Oh, poor Wu. Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. It's just...
Pass the vibe check for sure.
He really didn't have to share all the details of that story. But since he didn't seem to mind, I wasn't about to stop him.
Did you avoid bringing up the whole story on purpose?
I did actually forget at first, but once he brought up his daughter, the memory of his naked escapades came flooding back. D-Luke thought some pervert was harassing the maids. He charged straight out the door, great sword in hand and raring to go. I haven't
Verdict
seen him
is?
so angry in a long time. So many people owe me favors nowadays. It's hard to keep track of them all. I really should go check my favors ledger once I'm back and refresh my memory.
You have a favors ledger?
Hey, you didn't think I was being serious, did you? Do I really strike you as the kind of person to keep track of favors in a notebook? I just helped
Maybe.
the guy out on a couple of occasions because I happened to be in the right place at the right time. I have no intention of asking him to do anything for me in return. At least, not so far.
I'm back with fruit. Please help yourselves, everyone. My treat.
Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. It's just a few fruits, nothing extravagant. Once my new pharmaceutical business takes off and I have more to spare, I'll get you a proper thank you gift and send it to the Knights of Favonius.
Pharmaceutical business. So you found a new career? No more shipping?
Shipping's impossible work nowadays. There's too much competition and the margins are too small. So I've decided to switch gears. I'm going to become a partner of Boo Boo Pharmacy and provide funding for a brand new medication they're producing. It's specially formulated to treat seasonal joint and limb pain. If you didn't know, it's a very common health complaint among sailors, but also extremely difficult to treat. I've suffered from it myself, which is why I know that a lot of people stand to benefit from this once it enters the market. And a stable source of income. Whichever way you look at it, it's a step up from the back-breaking work I did before. I've already had some talks and invested 1 million mora for the first round of funding.
That's impressive, Wu. I wouldn't have thought you had the connections for something like that. So is it Dr. Baiju that you're in talks with?
Oh no, not Dr. Baiju. Actually, it was his master, Dr. Baifudze. His medical expertise and clinical experience are second to none. And he really cares about his patients.
Who?
He gave me a few of his traditionally formulated bone-strengthening pills when he saw me suffering from my leg pains one day. It was like a miracle cure. The pain immediately went away.
Bro's out here selling bone-hurting juice.
Dr. Baiju's master.
Yeah, I told him I'd be enthusiastically recommending his medicine to the other guys at the docks. And after some hesitation, he just went right ahead and wrote up a prescription for me, completely for free. He said that he shouldn't really be handing out free prescriptions since, and I quote, "It goes against generations of tradition handed down by our forebears." But he just felt like it was the right thing to do. What a great guy.
But I got chatting with Dr. Baiju recently when the Secure Transport Agency did a delivery for Boo Boo Pharmacy. He told me that his master has already passed away.
Huh? Why would he say something like that? I mean, the guy's old, but he's still in great health.
Captain Wu, where did you meet this old master?
Just out on the street? I know that sounds dubious, but this is an educated and respectable gentleman we're talking about. There's no faking that.
Hold on a second. I just remembered something. My nephew-in-law met a medicine seller not too long ago, too. He also described it as a miracle cure. He spent a lot of mora on it, but when he brought it to Boo Boo Pharmacy, Herbalist Gui took one look and told him he'd bought nothing but regular painkillers. This Baifudze you met, did he by any chance have a goatee and salt and pepper hair?
He did.
If I may, Captain Wu, there's a lot of mora involved here. It seems like it would be worth asking this Dr. Baiju about his master, just to set the record straight. You could show him the medicine as well. Clearly there's some misunderstanding here.
You're right, Captain Kaya. A quick trip to Boo Boo Pharmacy and I can get Dr. Baiju to clear all of this up. I'm sure it's all... hopefully it's all fine.
It's just a million mora.
He must be stressed out of his mind right now.
Should we go with him for moral support?
Hey, let him deal with this, okay? No point in you stressing yourself out too. Fraud or not, it's up to Captain Wu to figure out exactly who he's gotten himself involved with. I'm no Dark Knight hero, or martial arts hero for that matter, and neither are you.
How do you know?
Wait, or are you? Now that I think about it, I can see you having a secret double life as a martial arts hero here in Liyue. You certainly have the personality for it. Either way, Liyue has its own rules and regulations. Best to let the Ministry of Civil Affairs deal with this in the proper manner. If a couple of outlanders like us get involved, we might just end up muddying the waters, even with the best of intentions. We came here to enjoy ourselves, remember? We don't want to get our priorities mixed up. Oh, and look at that. The storyteller's taking the stage.
Ah, yes, more
It is
yapping.
said that the sky's the limit for the aspirational soul. But alas, for the woes of the world are equally limitless. No such stranger to woes was Huang Guang, a man who, having suffered countless injustices at the hands of his fellow men, forsook them to dwell among the mountains and rivers. Yet fate fortuitous found him when he entered the tutelage of an adeptus and learned many mystical arts from them. Per his master's wishes, he then returned once more to the human world, only this time with a sworn duty to cleanse the land of demons and to see justice done wherever he might tread.
Ah! Shut up.
Is that all? Huh. I was hoping to hear the rest of the story.
What did you think of the story?
It was all right. I suppose the hero always has to sacrifice himself to save others, and it does make for some good storytelling, but it leaves you wondering how he really feels about the whole thing. Did he ever have second thoughts? Only he can know, I suppose.
Oh, I see the show is over.
Did you find Baiju?
Yeah, I saw Dr. Baiju. Looks like it was a scam after all.
Then what are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. You need to report this to the Ministry of Civil Affairs right away.
Hold on. Let's not lose our cool. Get your story straight first, so you can give them a clear and detailed account of events in the order that they occurred. And one more thing. Do you still have a way to contact this guy?
Well, I'd arranged to meet him at the Yunshang Tea House once I've withdrawn the next sum of Mora, so I suppose he'll still be waiting on that.
Okay, so you've got another meeting lined up.
I've got no one to blame but myself for this. I can't believe I was so gullible. I guess the world isn't made for naive simpletons like me.
Don't say that. This is not your fault. Your good nature is nothing to be ashamed of.
Young man, you're a good person, and I'm touched by your words of comfort. Still, it's up to me to find a way to get my Mora back. The consequences are mine alone to bear. At my age, I'm sure I should be comforting the young with words of wisdom rather than the other way around. What does that say about how I've spent my life?
What is it, Kaya? Got a solution?
It's obvious, isn't it? He needs to report the case to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
There must be more we can do.
Come with me. I am quite curious. How does our chivalrous martial arts hero intend to come to Captain Wu's rescue here? There are countless victims of injustice in the world. We can't try to help each and every one of them, can we?
Right now, we can at least help one person.
Oh, I'm surprised. I didn't know you thought of me as someone who helps other people unconditionally. I'm genuinely flattered. But we both know that I'm not that kind of person, really.
You helped Captain Wu just because you were there and you didn't even remember it. And that's why I believe you'd be willing to help.
Your logic is very straightforward and quite endearing in its simplicity. But I like how you think. So I'll indulge your martial arts hero aspirations for now.
That's crazy, bro. That's all it took to say to you?
Captain Wu, how would you feel about owing me one more favor?
I'm sorry, Captain Kaya?
Let's say, hypothetically speaking, I found a way to recover your Mora that would leave the man who defrauded you feeling angry and frustrated, but give him no way to get back at you. If it could be done, and the only cost was owing me yet another favor, what would you say?
What exactly are you getting at?
The traveler here is adamant that you should ask me for another favor. Personally, I blame the storyteller. After hearing the inspiring tale of Bravebeard, he's all gung-ho about playing hero and righting this injustice once and for all.
Captain Kaya, young man, I thank you. I will humbly accept your kindness.
All right. Now here's what I'm thinking.
No, let me in on the plan. Let me in.
All right, then it's settled. Per our brave hero's plan, let's rendezvous at Yanshang Tea House tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What time did it say? I don't even know. Man, look at that jade chamber.
Ah, you're here. Good. I'll head upstairs first, and you join me in a bit. You've got nothing to worry about. As long as this lucky coin's in my hands, it'll do as it's told. Before I toss the coin, I'll get our guy to bet heads or tails. Then it's your turn to bet. Now remember, if I touch my chin, you bet heads. If I touch my forehead, you go for tails.
Got it.
Hello. Are you waiting for someone?
Sorry, I must have spaced out for a second. I'll head up now.
As long as you follow the rules of the tea house, you're welcome here. Please be our guest.
Yulon's gonna beat his ass. What Captain Wu doing?
I know all I have to do is wait here, but no, forget it. I can't get cold feet now. I'll trust you and Captain Kaya.
This table's taken.
Oh.
This table's taken.
Oh.
From the way you describe it, Liyue does sound like an attractive place to settle. Perhaps I might have to make the move here after all. All that awaits me back in Mondstadt is a horde of insufferable sycophants. Truly tedious. The reason I left home in the first place was because I was reluctant to simply live off of my inheritance.
I understand. For one as ambitious as yourself, Mr. Rich, living off of the family fortune must feel like the dullest existence in the world.
What are you doing? It's common courtesy to introduce yourself. Can't you see we got here first?
The other tables are all taken. This was the only place left.
They're running out of tables, huh? Looks like this location's getting too small for them. Very well, I'll make an exception for you this one time. Let's hope the tea, at least, won't disappoint me.
So, my friend, what's your name?
Kaya and I discussed titles in advance. I am an aspiring foreign disciple of the Guhua clan.
Here is the tea that you ordered. Please enjoy.
Even though I'm totally white.
Ugh, this tea is... never mind. Mr. Bai, this has been a most pleasant and insightful conversation. I consider it good fortune that I encountered such a refined gentleman as yourself so far from home. Please allow me to pay for the tea.
Yes, good fortune indeed. In that case, I must thank you for your generosity.
You there. I'll get yours too.
Thanks. Far from home?
Oh, you can't tell? My family's lived in Mondstadt for generations. I got bored sitting around at home and decided to set off on a journey to expand my horizons. The sights of Liyue Harbor are rather spectacular. I've half a mind to buy a waterfront property here so I can come vacationing every year. That would be quite nice. If the family would spare me a little loose change, I could even invest in an antique shop or two so I have something to do during the day.
But waterfront properties are so expensive.
And? The point of life is to enjoy yourself. If something makes me happy, it's worth every mora.
Mr. Rich, just to clarify, that's quite a large sum of mora as far as the common man is concerned. It's understandable that our friend over here feels out of his league.
The name's Albert. Surname Rich. But only the servants in the house address me as Mr. Rich. Now that we're so well acquainted, Mr. Bai, please just call me Albert.
Albert does have a nice ring to it. It is my
What, you think of me
honor
Mr.
to become
Poor?
friends with someone of your caliber.
You flatter me. What say you to acting as my guide during my time in Liyue? I'll pay you handsomely, of course. Naturally, board and
See you later,
lodging would
Vopro.
be
Thanks for hanging
included,
out with us today.
and I
I
could
appreciate
pay you in
you.
the region of 50,000 mora per day.
No need, my good friend. I shan't be so vulgar as to take your mora. We're both men of character. The pleasure of your ongoing
Yeah, you got an hour.
acquaintance shall be ample
For sure.
reward in itself. To join a noble gentleman on his travels is a rare opportunity. Please, let me draft up an exact itinerary. I'll make sure
I
to
get
give
more
you
time
the
with Vopro?
experience of a lifetime.
You there. You're welcome to join us if you want. Which clan did you say you were with? The Hoo-Ha clan or something?
It's the Guhua clan.
Goo-Ha, huh? Strange choice of name. Gotta say, I've been in Liyue for a while now. This is the first I'm hearing of them. I guess they're one of these obscure ones who keep to themselves.
Yes, well, there are many martial arts clans and factions in Liyue. It's only natural that you haven't become acquainted with all of them.
Ha, fair enough. Still, weird name. Bet they have some even weirder practices. Seriously though, what kind of skills do you guys train anyway? It's all for show, right? I saw some people performing a few tricks down at the wharf. Is it that kind of thing?
The Guhua clan is devoted to the teachings of martial arts. If you're comparing the Guhua clan to street performers, we have nothing to talk about. I'll take my leave now. I'll get my own check as well.
I already told the server to put it on my tab. Don't bother getting her to split the bill. It'll only complicate things.
Our master teaches us not to accept free favors.
Young man, there's no need to take things so seriously. Why don't you loosen up and enjoy the free drink?
Are you trying to make a point by throwing my generosity back in my face? All right then. What if I say your bill is mine and don't let you pay?
Wanna fight?
Please, my friends, let's not get so worked up. Yinchang Tea House is no venue for a duel. We'll all get escorted right out the door. You young people have hot tempers, I understand that. But there's no need to come to blows over a few words taken to heart when there are far more diplomatic ways to resolve the dispute.
Okay, then how about we settle this with a coin toss? I'll foot my own bill if I win.
Did I hear that right? So you'll only pay for yourself if you win, but I'll get the check for the three of us if you lose. It's not that I care about the mora. After all, I offered to pay for everyone's drinks in the first place. No, what I find truly absurd is your refusal to play fair. I demand that you also pay for three if you win.
You insulted me first, and now you also want to dictate terms? If I win the bet, you have to make a formal apology to the Guhua clan.
Fine. You can have your apology if you win, but on one condition. We'll do the best of three, and the winner pays for the table.
Well, as long as you're no longer raring to fight, peace begets wealth, as the elders used to say.
Why don't you join us, Mr. Bai? Let's entertain this guy for a sec. We don't want him to think you're stingy.
But I wasn't even a part of your argument.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Bai? Whose side are you on here?
Of course, I'm on,
Ooh, got him.
And anyway, it's no big deal if you win. It's just a few cups of tea after all, so you can just take it from your fees as my guide.
All right then. I suppose it's not all that different from the dice gambling games I used to play in my youth. If it's just for a few drinks, you can count me in.
All right, now we're talking. Okay, now that we've agreed on the rules, how should we do this coin toss? After all, a Mora coin looks the same on both sides.
Easy. We can just borrow a pen from the counter to mark one side.
Well, that should be simple enough. Here, I'll take this coin and ask the counter to draw a line on one side. You two can wait for me.
Young man, I can see that you haven't spent many years in the real world. You take everything far too personally. I, too, only met this Mondstadt millionaire by complete chance today, but we're getting along just fine. I actually came here to meet with a business partner to count the cash from 2 recent investments, when this gentleman struck up a conversation with me. In the real world, you've got to keep up appearances. There's no need to offend the rich. After all, if you keep them happy, you can probably make some more off of them, too. You young
Hey, yo.
people are much too impulsive. It pays to keep a level head.
Just so we're clear, let's say the marked side is heads and the unmarked side is tails. Everyone has to pick a side before the coin toss. Oh, and no takebacks.
One moment. We've hit the top of the hour. We're going to leave it on a cliffhanger here for just a second. Couple minutes. Get up. Get a drink. Stretch. Get a snack. Get extra comfy. I'm going to play a couple ads. And then we can... cliffhanger? Yeah. I'm going to play a couple ads and then we can see the conclusion to this... whack story. Kaya. Sure, no takesy backsies.
We should also take turns tossing the coin.
Sounds fair to me. Why don't you do the first toss, Albert?
All right, then, I'll start us off. Here we... Oh, wait. I nearly forgot to collect everyone's bets. Mr. Bai, heads or tails?
I suppose the choice is arbitrary since it's a 50-50 chance. I'll go with
Why did you say it like that?
Tails.
Let me think. I'll also go with tails. What about you? Heads or tails?
Heads. Fiddlesticks. Tails. Just as planned.
Oh, darn, I won. Lucky me, I guess.
I won as well. Guess there might be a formal apology in the cards after all.
Hey, this is just the first toss.
I have a suggestion. If one of us loses twice in a row, they should get knocked out while the other two carry on playing to decide the winner. Otherwise, with 3 of us playing, it'll start to get difficult to keep track of who's won the most times. I flipped the coin last time, so why don't you go next? I don't want you blaming my coin-tossing skills if you guess wrong this turn. Here.
Now just wait a second, my dear friends. Please let me do the second toss.
Oh? Anxious to take your turn, Mr. Bai?
Yeah, what's
You're
up?
both young, and I've already seen your short tempers for myself. If Albert loses this round and this young man wins, you'll be tied. And before you know it, you'll be at each other's throats again.
Please. He was the one at fault.
Well, that's not my only consideration either. You two may be too young to know this, but I've been around the block a few times. What's to say this isn't a trick coin, In dice games, people use all sorts of methods to rig the game. Some even fit the dice with mechanisms that give them whichever result they want. If Albert wins the next round and you, young man, lose for the second time in a row, then the third round will just be a tiebreaker between him and me, and you won't get your apology to the Guhua clan. If that happens, only for you to then find out that the coin was rigged all along, you're sure to accuse me of working with Albert to scam you while mocking the Guhua clan. I can only imagine the kind of vengeful warpath that would put you on.
I don't
A
remember
purely
saying that,
hypothetical
Silver.
Scenario, of course, but one that I'm bringing up now to avoid any misunderstanding further down the road. Go on, give me the coin. I'll show you how to check if it's been rigged.
Why is Kaya still smiling?
Very diligent of you indeed, Mr. Bai. Looks like I chose the right person to be my guide. Here, take it.
A rigged coin will always be a little heavier than a normal coin, you see. This one seems perfectly normal to me, however. But don't take it from me. Why don't you test it for yourself?
No need. Whew, that was a close call.
What's your bet this time, Mr. Bai?
I'll stick with tails.
Tails, huh? Well, you seem to have a feel for this, so I guess I'll match your bet again this round. Tails it is. And you?
Heads. The coin turned up heads. Was that just a lucky guess?
Well, my luck's still just about holding out. The 3 of us are now tied, so no one drops out. Certainly better than Albert and I going head-to-head in the final round.
My turn.
Well, here you go. What'll it be, Mr. Bai?
It's a tough decision this time.
That's what makes it fun, isn't it? Anyway, there's no need to stress. What's the cost of a few cups of tea compared to 50,000 I'll be paying you every day?
You make a good point. All right, I'll take heads.
Okay, and now it's my turn to guess. Not that the outcome matters either way to me. I won't even notice the more's gone. Whatever, I'll take tails.
Tails. Fortunately, the coin turned up heads. Now it's Kaya's turn.
Why did it have to be heads? This whole thing started because you two got into a spat, and now I'm the one that has to foot the bill. What say you to another round?
Sure, why not? I'm having fun. I can go for as many rounds as you want.
You guys have fun.
What a miserly person. Do as you please. The two of us can play.
But Albert, all the fun of gambling is in the stakes involved. What say you to throwing a little loose change into the pot?
How about 1 million
Come
Mora?
on now. No need to walk on eggshells here. Let's keep it simple, shall we? If you guess right, I pick up the tab. But if you guess wrong, I'm afraid it's still on you.
Sure. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, here's the coin. You can toss first. I'll take heads.
I'll choose.
Wouldn't it defeat the whole purpose of betting if you guessed the same as me? This is a two-person game now. Surely one of us has to guess heads and the other tails.
All right. It all comes down to luck, after all. I'll take tails. Ooh, looks like Rex Lapis has smiled upon me today after all. Thank you for the tea, Albert.
Bet you wished you raised the stakes now, huh?
Look at you getting so giddy over some chump change. It's like you've never gambled with real money before, my old man. That's a real rush, I'm telling you. This is nothing by comparison. In fact, I'm starting to get a little bored.
Well, in that case, would you care for another game?
Sure. And let's up the stakes a little this time. Shall we say 50,000?
Oh, maybe that's a little on the high side.
It's just a couple meals.
What, 50,000? But that's just a single day's guide pay for you.
All right. I'll bet tails.
Great, then I'll bet heads. No takebacks. Heads.
Tails. Oh, how unfortunate. I shouldn't have gotten greedy. After all, in the long run, gambling is always a losing game. 50,000 more. My goodness. Albert, I'm terribly sorry, but as it happens, I forgot to bring my coin purse with me today. Could you perhaps take this 50,000 out of my guide fees? Call it an advance payment. That would make us even.
Advance payment? Sorry, I'm afraid that's not my style. It'll have to be cash.
This day just getting better and better. Well, so be it. 50,000. Let me see what cash I have on me.
Oh, it was so simple.
Just 50,000? That's not what we agreed on.
Huh? What are you talking about? I think you'll find that our bet was for 50,000.
No, it wasn't. The amount was 1 million.
Ah, I get shit on.
1 million? Are you insane? Come on now, Albert. Be serious. 1 million here and 1 million there might be all fun and games to you rich types, but to ordinary folk like myself, this is no laughing matter.
I'm being perfectly serious. I know what I said, and what I said was 1 million Mora.
You're lying through your teeth. Hey, young man, you tell him. Did you hear him say 1 million at any point during our bet?
Yeah. He said 1 million.
Huh? What the? I'm not deaf, you know. I swear I heard 50,000. Wait. Oh, I see. You two are in this together. I never met either of you before today, and out of nowhere you suddenly roped me into betting over a coin toss, and now you're accusing me of owing you 1 million Mora. Huh? Do you have any idea who you're trying to cheat? I know all the tricks in the book. I can't believe a couple of beginners like you managed to get this far. Well, don't you try to celebrate just yet. You amateurs have a lot to learn about the art of the con. Do you really think that nobody else will have heard all the commotion we just made? All I need is one witness, and this little scheme of yours falls apart. Frauds! Frauds, I say! These two kids are trying to scam me out of my hard-earned Mora! Hostess! Oh, hostess, come quickly!
Oh.
How pathetic.
What is going on here? If you can't abide by our rules, you're not welcome at Yenshang Tea House. I don't care what the issue is. You don't get to make a racket like that in here. Halberd! Fang!
Wait, don't throw me out! These two con artists are trying to steal my Mora! You can't let them get away with it!
Well, let's take this somewhere else. I don't want any of you disturbing the other guests.
Oh, I really thought that these guys were just gonna like get up and be like, "Who said 1 million?"
Two? Care to explain yourselves?
Gladly. He's making up completely spurious claims. We were betting Mora over a few coin tosses, and now he wants to back out. In the land of contracts, of all places. He won 250,000 from me, then another 800,000 from the both of us. Now he's refusing to pay up the measly 50,000 that he lost in the final round.
Okay, so after settling up, a total of 1 million Mora should have changed hands. Sounds plausible enough.
Oh, it's a complete pack of lies! Hostess, if you don't believe me, ask anyone else in the tea house. These kids were so loud, I guarantee you everybody in that room knows the true story.
Sorry to interrupt you all, but you're witnesses to the situation here. Is what Mr. Bai says true?
Oh, thank goodness you're finally here. What took you so long? That old guy's been bragging about the Mora he's won so loudly.
Okay.
I'm surprised the whole street didn't hear him. I was about to report him to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Leave me out of this. I want nothing to do with gamblers and scammers. Please, just bring me my check.
Our new owner laid down the law not too long ago. We turn a blind eye towards casual games of dice, but there is zero tolerance for any explicit gambling with real Mora. Return any winnings to the party you took them from, and we'll say that none of this ever happened. Otherwise, I'll have to bring in the Millilith. And I can assure you that they take a more hard line on this kind of thing than we do.
Why should I have to give them any Mora? I don't have any Mora on me.
You have at least
Oh,
50,000.
I think you do. 2 investments, was it? One of them to the tune of exactly 1 million as it happens. Oh, and don't forget you still need to pay the tab.
You... Wait. How did you...
Halberd! Fang! There's a gentleman here that I'd really like you to meet.
Please don't. I'll pay, all right?
This was never your Mora to begin with. We'll be returning it to its rightful owner now.
Get shit on. Although you should have said that after you took it from him.
What did you think, Captain Wu? Could you hear clearly from your corner on the 2nd floor?
Yes, everything. I can't thank you two enough.
Woo. This was your doing, wasn't it? You and this Mondstatter planned the whole thing. Along with that blonde one. And all the customers on that floor were in on it too, weren't they? I know where you live, and I know what your wife looks like, and your pretty little daughter too. You crossed the wrong man today.
Who'd be scared of a crook like you? I'll take you on any day of the week.
Oh yeah, get him, Wu. Get him.
Well, let's see how long that false bravado of yours will last.
Oh, look at that. He figured it out. Guess he's not as dumb as we thought.
Don't you two get cocky either. Just you wait. I will hunt you down.
My apologies for having to leave this question until you'd vacated the premises, but I couldn't have things escalate inside the tea house. I hope you can understand our position. I noticed that all the guests on the second floor were present before you took your seats, then left almost immediately after you did. Would I be correct in saying you were looking to set this man up?
Wait, so you saw through it right away?
Under normal circumstances, we would never tolerate a scheme like this taking place on our grounds, as it risks damaging our owner's reputation. However, I understand that our owner holds the traveler in high regard and must have good reasons for their actions. Still, I would appreciate an explanation, if only so that I can answer to the owner.
Ah, as I thought. When you're operating on someone else's turf, you run the risk of clashing with the master of the house. Thankfully, we considered that possibility before going ahead with our plan. Over to you, brave hero. You're the one with the connections in Liyue. It's your time to shine.
So it's like this.
Okay, I understand the situation now. It goes without saying that I have no wish to stand in the way of your chivalrous deeds. I'll report everything you told me to our owner.
Feel free to find me again if you need any further explanation.
Well, Captain
Just
Wu,
assuming that I'm not in
remember what I
Fontaine.
promised you? What do you think? Angry and frustrated enough for you?
Shame he didn't cry like a big baby, though.
Excuse me, coming through. Is this the Mr. Bai you reported to us?
Yes, that's him all right. The one who scammed Captain Wu.
Wait! Where's your evidence? And Wu, you've already recovered your Mora. I don't deserve to be punished twice for the same crime.
You can't talk your way out of this one. You're already suspected of defrauding multiple victims out of smaller amounts, and the combined total meets the threshold for a conviction. If it turns out you're guilty in this case too, it'll only add to your sentence. Does the plaintiff have any witnesses? If so, we'd really appreciate if they could come with us and provide a testimony.
Here, sir. I'm happy to give a testimony.
You got tangled up in this too, huh? In that case, please come with me. Your witness statements will play a crucial role in helping to move this case forward. Don't worry, we won't take up too much of your time. And you, sir, can stop twiddling your thumbs. You're coming with us too.
Hey, keep your hands off me. I'll cooperate. Stop manhandling me.
He said, "Wah."
Thank you so much, the both of you. I really don't know how I could ever begin to repay you.
Well, I have an idea. We originally came here to do some sightseeing. Anywhere you'd recommend we go before the end of our trip?
Let me think. Now, where would I want to go? Hey, are either of you interested in a fishing trip?
Sounds fun to me. Let's go.
We're really gonna go catch some fish? Did Xiao just trip? What a fool.
Well, this was certainly an eventful end to my trip. It wouldn't have been possible without you. Or my lucky coin, of course.
I'm just glad that nothing went wrong when I tossed the coin.
Wouldn't be much of a lucky coin if it had. Besides, I already taught you how to become attuned to it. You still need some practice to master the technique, but luckily it decided to play nice and spare us any more complications.
How do you control it anyway?
A better question to ask might be, what do I do to make this coin happy to work with me and show me whichever side I wish? My answer would be that I tell the coin a joke every time I toss it into the air. If it finds my joke funny, then it cooperates with me. Of course, this whole arrangement hinges on a pre-existing amount of trust between the two of us. I can't just get any strange coins to listen to me.
He caught us off guard when he insisted on taking the second coin toss.
Yeah, I was a little surprised when he unwittingly called out our trick coin. But it didn't matter. A good gambler always keeps her options open. You have to have a contingency plan for when the odds are against you. So when I went to the counter, I marked a regular coin as well as my trick
How
one.
big are these
That
burgers?
safely avoided any risk of him finding out about the trick coin. But it also meant that we wouldn't be able to control the result of that round. But hey, what does it matter? The fact that he made things a little more challenging only made it all the more exciting to watch him slowly but surely fall into our trap. Especially listening to him warn us about the possibility of a rigged coin right as we were scamming him. That was my favorite part. As long as I chose the same bet as him, and you bet the opposite to me, it was always going to end up with him paying. Unless, of course, he'd had some other tricks up his sleeve that we hadn't thought of. Then things would have gotten really interesting.
You two are genuinely the smartest people I've ever met. I'm no intellectual, so I would never have been able to come up with a plan like this. Even when you described
Oh
it to
yeah,
me,
you
I
did say you
only understood parts
snacked
of
on
it.
something else. Never change your good nature.
Well, I may not be the smartest guy around, but one thing I do know is this. One should always return tenfold the help that they've received from others. We were just ordinary acquaintances. You had no reason to help me as much as you did. If there's anything I can ever do for you in the future, anything at all, please let me know. You can always count on me. I guarantee it.
Okay.
No? You seem agitated. Are you worried about owing me yet another favor? There are two kinds of people who owe me favors. One is my friends, and the other my informants. My informants have to fulfill whatever requests I make of them, no questions asked. The question is, which kind of person do you want to be? Ah, and you're torn again. Too afraid to ask to be my friend, but also daunted by the dangers inherent in becoming my informant. Well, it's okay, because I just thought of a fun and easy way to get us out of this impasse. Let's do a coin toss. This is the regular coin I prepared for the contingency plan when I was borrowing a pen from the bar. Not the lucky one that does what I tell it to. If it's heads, we're friends. But if it's tails, you're at my beck and call. May the Lord of Geo decide.
So?
Bro
Was it heads or
just said
tails?
life is too boring.
think?
Let me just spice it up a
What does
little
your
bit.
heart tell you?
Kai just put the coin back in his pocket.
I understand now. You have my most sincere gratitude. No, that's a little too formal. What I'm trying to say is, here, your fishing rods, my friends.
He caught a big one, all right. Swag. And I think this means we're finally caught up on all of the hangouts again? Question mark? Oh, see, here's the thing. I know my exploration in some of these places is kind of dookie, but I also don't want to do like a huge... it's kind of hard to find stuff to do, but I also don't want to go through a whole ass world quest. But I guess I'm going to go through a whole ass world quest. My main thing here is that it's... Talking still is not the greatest thing on the planet for me. Do it island by island? See, that's the thing though. I be taking it in chunks. My ass cannot find new things very easily. My room is a safe haven? From what? I'll talk to this guy. He's got his head poking out the ground, I guess. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You are my saviors. I, Henry something something something. It's like 80 degrees in here? Nuh-uh, that's too dang hot. Let's focus on a more important matter. Paimon's curious how you ended up here. Those crabs must have been attracted here by the aroma of roast chicken. Paimon is attracted here by that too. No, that's different. Those crabs were probably choosing between me and the roast chicken as the starter. Just the thought that they might have chosen the fresh starter gives me chills. Yeah, but 80 degrees is too hot, bro. Sounds about right. The fresher, the better. Hey, Paimon was talking about Henry, not the crabs. Who else would be buried in the ground? So, do you need help? Naturally. No. I mean, no. Don't help me out. Whoa, okay, we heard you. Loud and clear. Let's go, Ether. No, wait. Please. Huh? What's up? Here's the thing. Please listen to me carefully. This is a brand new beauty fad. You don't need to shout. Paimon's ears hurt. Worry not. I am a perfectly sane person. I'm adopting a beauty practice that is scientific and healthy, which is why I buried myself in the most moist sands with my own hands. Please leave. Do not block my sunlight. Let's go? Since you're curious, then you leave me with no choice but to explain the magic of this skincare treatment. The clam worms in the sand can clear the... So loud. Ether, what is up with this person? Paimon can't understand his words at all. This is really weird. Is that so? What do you think? Let's check the vicinity first. Are you leaving? Yeah, we'll look around and come back later. Okay, off you go. How long have I been muted? Let me check what teams I used. I'm sure Nouvelette's a part of it, so it might not be that helpful, but... Let's see here. Since you walked away from the dude? Bruh. That's awful. Honestly, depending on where you struggled with, one tip that I will give you is that on Chamber 3, the only thing you really have to worry about is killing the Tulpa. For me, the timeline is hella messed up. On the second half of Chamber 3 on floor 12, it took me, I kid you not, like 30 seconds to go through the second chamber. And I was stressing because the Tulpa would take me like a minute and a half or more. I say, if you find a team that can demolish the Tulpa within 2 minutes, you can probably get the next set of primos. Admittedly, I do not remember what the rest of it was, though. I was really only pressed about the Tulpa. And I was using my Raiden Shogun team for that. And I think originally I got pressed because I was trying to use my freeze team. I did get my stars all the way to Chamber 3 with the freeze team. So there's definitely some wiggle room in there. Doing it chamber by chamber? Fair enough, fair enough. In that case, I would have to go look. I would have to, like, look at all the chambers individually. But I'm indeed in a world quest. I will warn you, though. Doing Abyss chamber by chamber can be quite time-consuming and mind-numbing. Not that my way is any better, though. Hey, don't leave Paimon in this awkward silence. Hello. What a beautiful day. About the person over there? What person? I don't know the person you're talking about. Chamber 1 is PMA, and then Thunder Manifestation second. Alright, you've got Yoimiya. Have you fixed your Xingqiu? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you run like your Sino team, if you run a nice Sino team on the cube, and then you use like Yoimiya with, say, Yolan and Xingqiu and Bennett, or perhaps if you need it, Shielder instead of one of the other Hydro characters, go for it. Just remember the one big rule about fighting the Thunder Manifestation. It's that you do not chase it around. You can do like 1 or 2 sprints to get yourself in the right position, but if you go from the middle of the arena all the way to the outside to chase it, you're going to set yourself up in a really bad situation where you have no stamina, your cooldowns are going to get wasted, and all that nonsense. It will always go back to the center. We're just taking a walk. Yeah, that's right. We are just taking a walk. A walk taken by us, 2 totally ordinary people. What a beautiful day, and what a wonderful thing walking is, don't you think? Taking a walk is totally normal. I'm sure you understand. What are you guys talking about? Did you hear someone calling for help? A man is buried in the ground over there and has almost gotten eaten by crabs. What? Something like that happened where we take walks? On such a beautiful day? If he gets eaten by crabs, that'd be really funny. I mean, a real pity. Shame. We won't let this happen. I mean, we can't let this happen. If we run into something like this during our walk, we will not be bystanders. I mean, if. What are you guys doing here? Taking a walk. Like we said, taking a walk. You really didn't notice anything weird? No, none at all. Yep, none at all. Except that the 2 of you are interrupting our walk. Taking walks is very personal. We do not like being interrupted. We suggest that you find a good place for walks. The Fountain of Lucine, for instance, is a pretty good place. This is where we take walks. I mean, where we feel the nature. That's why we don't want to be interrupted. Goodbye. Weirdos! My aunt is from a much warmer part of the US and just moved here, so I think I'm gonna take her to get some warmer clothes tomorrow. Maybe, possibly a little smart. Though I will say I don't really dress the part either. I have a total of 2 sweaters, 1 crew neck, 2 hoodies. And for like regular clothes, that's the warmest stuff I have. I have a nice jacket that's lined quite thickly. I have a long coat that is purely for aesthetics. Listen, it's hard to have a wardrobe for everything. We get hot as balls summers and cold as balls winters. I'm sick of this. I say sick of it like we've been dealing with it for a long time, but you don't like to see negative Fahrenheit weather. This is really quite unfortunate. When I bought the sweatpants out of your shop, it was the first time I'd ever worn sweatpants in my life. Dude, that's actually kind of crazy. Because I actually... This sounds so stupid. This sounds so stupid. But I was a sweatpants hater. Straight up. Sweatpants made me so uncomfy. And I got a sample order of mine so that I could make sure that the embroidery was okay. And I wore them, and I was like actually flabbergasted at how hot they could make me. Not like, you know, we're gonna ignore the phrasing, but it holds in heat so well that I actually felt like I couldn't use them some of the time. Seriously. Like, I brought them to the gym on really cold days, not as cold as today or the past few days, but when it was starting to get cold and it was like, you know, like 20, 30 degrees, I brought it to the gym and I just started dying. I actually, for the sake of unholy things, I'm thinking about making a pair of gray sweatpants. Don't doubt me. I buried myself with my very own hands. This is the latest beauty trend. Ether, any thoughts? What are we deducing? What the fuck? The skin is grilled to perfection, fragrant and crispy. The sizzling fat inside is releasing 1,000 aromatic compounds that speak of tenderness that melts in the mouth. It looks delicious. They are obviously not taking a walk. Almost ate Henry's head or the roast chicken. How do you even manage to bury yourself like that? The latest beauty fad and a very weird attitude. But why did he have to scream and shout then? Did he shout so that people other than us could hear him? Speaking of such people, they're probably... No, that can't be it. No, that can't be it. I literally don't know what's going on here. What did I even do? Henry's afraid of asking for our help because he's scared of the Walker duo. So the reason why the Walker duo makes Henry scared is... No, that can't be it. We're just gonna go down the list. The roast chicken, of course. Of course, it was the roast chicken all along. I see. Henry tried to bury the roast chicken with his shovel, but ended up getting buried by crabs. Excuse me. We are supposed to be deducing something with logic and reasoning here, and I'm going to be totally real with you. None of this makes any sense. They were the ones who buried Henry. I see. Henry wanted to lure the crabs with the roast chicken. Mentioned wanting to get clothes for her, and she goes, I don't want to make you waste your money. Be cold, then. Be cold. Freeze. Ryuzaki, I do not break the internet. Let's be totally real here. This is but my humble little corner. You have an hour? Nah. Nah. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know how long this world quest is. So we've deduced everything. Now I have to submit something. Crazy. I have done This is the latest beauty trend. When did you... We are taking a walk. Taking walks is a form of exercise. Exercise involves movement. Movement is what brought us here. Did you do this? So what if... Oh, Hunter, I remember now. Take a good look at him. That's the person he told us not to mess with. Right. What are you whispering about? Nothing. We are just taking a walk. That's right. We are just taking a walk. If there's nothing else, we'll keep walking and walk to other places. Wait. Don't you have to do anything... Wait. Don't you have to do anything scary to me anymore? The lesson has been learned, if you know what I mean. What lesson? Nothing. I mean, the roast chicken is dangerous. It invites trouble. See it as a valuable lesson. Let's go. But roast chicken is deboard. Forget the roast chicken. We should continue our walk. Thank you so much. I knew you'd understand. It seems it is exactly like what Ether said. Let's help Henry out. But digging you out is a really exhausting job, so Paimon will take the roast chicken as payment. Huh? Alright, fine. It takes you a while to help Henry out of the sands and take the barrel off him. You start enjoying the delicious roast chicken with Paimon. Henry seems as if he's about to drool, but he holds back the desire to have a share to keep his promise and maintain his dignity. However, seeing Henry trying really hard to look unaffected, Paimon offers to share the roast chicken with Henry. The chicken is crispy on the outside and gives out an irresistible, oily aroma. Yum, yum. Freedom! Ah, the sweet taste of freedom. Though not as satisfying as roast chicken is, freedom sure is sweet. So, what does the board that you're holding stand for? Oh, it represents protest, of course. Against what? Was it finger-licking good? Of course it was. It was so good that I had to lick the oil off my handkerchief. How you doing, Nagi? Also, hold up. I just got a message. Two minutes for PMA. Stuff needs work. What team did you run for it? Oh, shit. I did not mean to skip that. Wait, why do they want you to stop working hard? Can you keep a secret? Of course. Your secrets are safe with Paimon. No, they're not. Sino, Baiju, Farina, and Nahida? Is your Sino getting his burst reliably? I joined in at the roast chicken part, aka just now, and immediately thought of KFC. Dude, you cannot get me started on that. Though, I will say, the last fried chicken place that I went to was Popeyes, and I'm not gonna lie, it was the first time I've actually had their fried chicken. Every time I went to Popeyes, I would just get their chicken sandwich and eat some biscuits or something. This was actually, like, really good. I liked it. Though, the thought of having a famous bowl from KFC is just so... Oh my god, dude. I don't even know the last time I had one. I don't know the last one that I had. They're so good, though. I don't care if KFC has rehydrated potatoes. Their gravy and mashed potatoes is so good. Thing is, Miyomi is definitely not up to par, so that side is struggling worse. Really? Really? After all the emblem farming? That's crazy. Hey, are you making fun of Paimon? Let's talk about something else then. Okay, what's with the barrel you were wearing? Is that a form of protest as well? Huh? That I don't know. Before they buried me, they put this barrel on me. A deed born of their twisted tastes, I'll wager. And why did you end up buried by them? Because they're terrible, terrible people. They just grabbed me for no reason at all and buried me in the sand. They wanted me dead. No reason at all, huh? Really? Of course. Didn't you see? I was literally buried in the sand. If they didn't want me dead, why else would they do it? That makes sense. Ether, what do you think? Oh, not again. The barrel on that Walker duo put around Henry's chest before he was buried. Dude, my throat is going through a different sort of pain today. Under such circumstances, the barrel prevents the sand from applying pressure to the chest so that Henry would not be suffocated, which is to say the Walker duo did not want to kill him. So their true intention was... a machine with an unclear purpose. Seems like it's no longer functioning. Is it related to the situation here? The chicken is crispy on the outside and gives an irresistible oily aroma. This is so weird. But Henry was buried, so he couldn't eat it. Though it feels kind of weird. The roast chicken was placed in front of him because... Nah, dude, these are awful. You cannot make any deductions with this. This just like... it is literally just options on a menu that don't make any sense. Like, we complain about the Fontaine one where we're like playing Ace Attorney. This one is so much worse. This one is so unbelievably worse. They mentioned lesson before leaving. Seems like they wanted to teach Henry a lesson by burying him in the sand and letting him see the roast chicken that he couldn't reach. But why? Judging from the clues from the scene, the reason could only be this. What? So they didn't intend to kill me at all? You guys are really observant. That's right. I was the one who broke the machine. But why did you break the machine? Why indeed? Because a long time ago, I lived a poor and miserable life. I was really depressed. Then I met a guy who gave me a healthy drink that lifted my spirits. He was really kind to me, so I wanted to pay him back for his kindness. One day, I had my chance. He introduced me to some very rich people and asked me to help them. All I did was menial work, such as collecting mechanical parts that belonged to the Fontaine Research Institute. The rich people paid me a pretty sum for those chores. Whoa, sounds pretty awesome. Right? This time, they asked me to find this strange machine, take the core out, and deliver the core to them. I can both repay my bro and make some money. I've got to give it my all. But those terrible people, perhaps they just hated seeing me working hard to change my life for the better. They interfered with my work and warned me against delivering the precision components to my employers. But I wouldn't let them win. I took the job and protested against their behavior. And as a result, like you said, I was taught a lesson. Oh, is that what you posted on Discord, Dean? Oh, look at that burger. It's got a bun. I scoff at the existence of tomato, though. Of course. This is one of the reasons why I didn't want to tell you why I'm protesting. However, since you saved my life, don't like tomatoes? No, tomatoes are fine. Well, some tomatoes are fine. But like, I don't know, like, the only tomatoes that I've really enjoyed have been like sun-dried tomatoes or I don't remember what it's called, a very specific type of tomato. A regular as tomato that you like slice up with a dull knife and make it into mush, or the tomatoes you find on a Whopper or in a taco at Taco Bell. That shit is garbage. Makes me want to puke. Not as much as saving your life, I mean. I also thought that since you two are really observant, I might as well just tell you the truth. You can see it as a collaboration. Cherry tomatoes are also not great. Such strange machines have been deployed above ground and underwater. It's easy to spot such machines. They all produce a peculiar light around them. Handle it for me and bring me the specific core inside it. There should be 7 in total. After it's done, we'll split the earnings 50-50. Deal? What do these machines do? They destroy the environment. These machines are evil stuff. Destroy how? How am I going to know? I'm not a member of the Fontaine Research Institute. Anomalies have already occurred, so it has to be hazardous to the environment. Well, that sounds reasonable. Have you destroyed all those Fontaine machines that be sucking? I don't even know what you're talking about, so probably not. Well, that sounds reasonable. Every time we see any supernatural environment during our adventure, there's bound to be some trouble that we have to deal with. Ether, why don't we help Henry? Great. It's settled then. Bring me 7 cores. Let's become rich together. You don't like using the maps, right? Nah, maps are stinky. But if it's something that I'll find during exploration, it's totally fine. The real question is... Yeah, it's not a tracked quest, is it? What are you gonna do now? I mean, I guess we can start farming now. It's kind of weird how it happened on like the dot. I thought there was like gonna be a whole thing after this. But I gotta... You know. You already know what's about to happen. I hate saying it. It makes me feel icky. I'm gonna go run the ads. I'm gonna go to the restroom and stuff. You guys should probably do the same. Get comfy. Stay hydrated. Get a snack if you need it. If you're not already eating a delicious burger. I'll see you guys in a second. Yoimiya's fine. Took a hard 90-degree turn on that. Our boy Sleepy's not here, right? I put her on Rush, she's not great, but if she's on the green crit bow, she's alright. If you have a good crit ratio already, which, I mean, you said it was like, what, 40 something else? So it's not like ideal. But if you can get a nice crit ratio on her, R5 Rust actually surprisingly outperforms a decent chunk of 5-star weapons.
Shine down!
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Bow your head.
I don't like when they have too much meat or too thick. That is fair. That's totally fair.
Silence.
Though for me, it's the inconvenience of just not being able to fit something in my mouth. Hey, yo. What's the problem? That's just not true.
Everyone hold hands! Make yourselves at home!
A burger with 2 half-pound patties is like already way too much. I cannot fit that thing in my mouth.
Silence. The tides beckon. Bow your head. Settle down.
Nothing will make me angrier than only grabbing 2 balls. Kind of walked into that one. No comment, bro. No comment. I didn't say anything. No, 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 guys. No, you can't do this to me. We cannot have the whole ass club disappointed.
Excellent.
Be sanctified.
Torn to oblivion.
Listen, there was supposed to be a third. It really is not my fault that my expectations were not met.
Let the mighty be humbled.
I'm gonna be totally real. I don't think I'm ever gonna use the automatic artifact sort thing. Auto lock? Whatever the heck. I don't know why it's a thing. Who's out here not looking at their artifacts?
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Silence. The times beckon.
There is no escape.
You can customize it. I don't know why you would. Oh, I only grabbed 2 balls. I genuinely just don't understand why you would go through all the work of customizing it when you literally have to go look at it at some point anyway. And if you're accidentally throwing away artifacts like that, then that just meant that you didn't look at it in the first place. There's so many, like, leaps of logic to get to the point where we have a feature where you can lock artifacts automatically by certain criteria. Only 2? Yeah, only 2. If you see me end prematurely, like that, it means I only grabbed 2 balls.
Everyone hold hands. Illusion shot. Insolent.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
It's a little bit ridiculous out here.
Silence.
I see everything.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Welcome back, Ajax. The internet went out? Dude, no thank you. My internet went out like twice since I got fiber, and it put me into a hard panic. Dude, a good Raiden Shogun just doesn't exist. You can't convince me. I missed me getting a lack of balls. Bro said relax.
Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at
He's not taking any of it. He's got a 0 tolerance policy on that sussy shit. Yeah, my Raiden Shogun's not that much better. It's just really not. And I've had this bitch for like 5 bajillion years.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Only the homies can be sus.
Silence.
I hate that this is not good, but I have to keep it. A W? What? Are you trying to say something? Should I be scared for the next time we go to the gym?
Now you shall perish.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble.
I've got my eyes on my balls. I've got to witness every single one of them getting grabbed. None of them will go untouched. The Ball Watcher. Oh, side note, dude. So I have a night guard for when I sleep at night because I grind my teeth in my sleep, right? I've noticed something a little peculiar. And it might be part of the reason why I keep getting weirded out when I see myself in mirrors sometimes. I mean, not the entire reason probably, but I've noticed that this thing is actually working out my jaw in my sleep. Like those ads you see for those stupid things that you chew on to make your jawline crazier. I'm unintentionally doing that with this night guard. Cause like whenever, it's probably not like crazy apparent on stream, but like this part right here that you can like, if you like bite down, you can feel it like move. Yeah, there's more going on there. Mega W? I don't know. I feel like a fraud because I'm like, dude, my jawline's gotten a little bit more defined because of this thing. And I'm like, I do the thing and I can't see it on stream, and I'm just thinking everybody thinks I'm lying.
Bow your head.
Shine down.
Be sanctified. Silence.
No, it's Sunday. That makes sense that it's at the 7-day mark. You can't fucking see it on stream. You really can't. You literally cannot see it. All I can say is just... do the Chad face? I don't think it works. The lighting is too... yeah, the lighting, it goes straight to my cheek. They're both at like... they're both going towards my face at an angle, so you can't see that definition that I artificially create.
There is no escape. Make yourself a move.
The tides beckon.
Maybe if I turn one of them off. We'll try that. All right, the balls are scattered. Do a little sweep. There we go.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble. Silence.
Yeah. Nah. I give it the nah. It's mid-ass Chad face. The other light, maybe? I don't know, because... Nah, it's the wrong side. Nah. Top light? Nah, the top light doesn't really... It's ambient. It's really what just, like, gives me color. It doesn't add any shadows. Or reduce shadows.
Shine down. The tides beckon. Insolent. Torn to oblivion. Bow your head.
Everyone's okay?
Let the mighty be humble.
I say listen to the man? What do you mean? You just want to see me keep trying that dumb phase. Whatever. I'm right here. Having no luck with these damn artifacts? Welcome to the life of a Genshin player. It doesn't get any better. I did not expect that thing to die so early. This is kind of awkward.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
Speak for yourselves, I speak for everybody. The good artifacts, they don't exist. They just don't. Remington is such a fibber.
Make yourselves at home.
The tides beckon. Silence.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Settle down.
You're up. There is no escape.
Let the mighty be humble.
Hearing people say foobar is so weird. First of all, kind of an odd Just kind of an odd choice of word or wording. Fucked up beyond all repair. I just say it's fucked up. It's broken. It's dead. But there's an application that I used to use around like 10 years ago. It was called Foobar. It was Foobar. It was like the Contrarian's Win amp, if anybody knows what that is. It's also another music player. You can't get more broken than broken, though. Military grade broken, so it's just military grade. Military standards ain't that high. They're kind of stinky.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
I kind of wish that we had marketing that was like, oh, it's military grade food. Meanwhile, you take a look at the food, it's a fucking craft single. MRE videos? Dude, that's actually, those are really neat though. Those are really, really neat. Anything you guys need from my world? Ah, there's my wife. Look at her.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
They're gone. So Remington's world next then? He's out. What the heck are we supposed to do now? Didn't expect farming tonight, so you spent earlier? What? This dude said, fine, I'll do it myself. See, this confuses me. This whole area right here. 50%. I guarantee you, if I skulk around here right now, I will not find anything. And I highly doubt the Fortress of Meripede is actually hiding that much stuff. Bust out the compass. I don't think the compass is gonna help me, dog. Although we found one thing already. Oh, is this the Fortress of Meripede? Bruh. Is this where that dang old primordial seawater was? So there's like a 200% chance that there's nothing here, right? Bruh. Oh no. What have I done? You two again? Please. Just behave if you want to get out soon. What was that about? This doesn't work if I just put it next to it, right? That is not how this mechanic works. This is correct. Hello? Your boy's feeling a little bit, dare I say it, stupid. I don't know how to stop. I don't know what my goal is. I just see a thing that's locked. And I can't interact with, like, anything. Can't interact with this, that's for sure. I can steal that, but... I mean... As far as I know, that won't do me any good. I mean, the crit ratio, Rust is only going to do you good if you have a good crit ratio. Like, we are assuming that you will crit. Like, for me... This is what Yoimiya would be running on Rust. This is, like, ideal situation. But she looks stupid, crazy, cracked. With her best in slot. But even though it looks crazy better, it's actually like... It's only like 15% better than Rust. Truthfully, I'm gonna mess with the Fortress of Meripede at a different point. Maybe there is more hiding in there than I thought. Again, there's not much you have to think about here. If you got a 40% crit rate with Rust, it's just not gonna work. Where's my little crab boy? What? Detection range? What is your problem? I'm free from the fortress of Meripede, you poopy-doo. I signed my papers. Am I a joke to the game right now? You know what? Forget being over here. See, I have... Whoa. I've got, like, hella world quests to do. And I am nearly positive that at least some of my exploration is going to be barred by that. Excuse me, what's popping over here? Oh. I'm acting like such a knower right now. I don't know if I'm supposed to do the opposite or the same. I'm perpetually confused about this one mechanic that is just like, there are two states. The frustration that I feel is measurable. I just don't feel smart in the slightest. Dude, nothing's changing. I'm just gonna act like I don't see that for now. I'm gonna do this other brainless shit. I'm not joking, the Numa and Usia puzzles make me feel so stupid. Because I don't know my characters. I don't know if they're Numa or Sia. I don't know what form Farina can use each one in. Like, in my awful, dumb person opinion, this might be the worst exploration mechanic ever added. Just about all of them made sense to me, except for this one. And, like, I've taken a point to actually just taking the block, even though this character's already got it. I've interacted with both of these things, and they don't change. Nothing is happening. You check under the bridge? The fuck you mean it's under the bridge? There's nothing. There's nothing here. It's just a bridge. I've concluded that it is just a bridge. I almost want to hit them with the... I want to hit him with the classic Jaden move. Logging back in the game. What are you looking at? Leave me alone. Fake-ass marine life. It's like this one changes. Okay, so it is opposites. This just leads to the same question and frustration. Why is this happening? Why did those ones change and the other one didn't? It looks like the same format of puzzle. This is so fake. Bruh. Good morning, Chingu. How are you? I'm just out here being offended by these Genshin puzzles. You know how it goes. What? I'm beyond confused. Was it too difficult for you? No, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm convinced that me logging back in fixed it. Because that's what I was doing the entire time. I've never done anything wrong in my life, and I will never apologize for anything I've ever done. I'm literally just not wrong. I did nothing wrong. It was the exact same thing. You sound like the government? I mean, there's one thing I can say, I'm definitely better than them. Yeah, of course you wouldn't shoot at me. You would never shoot at me. Mm-hmm. Not being able to switch Farina underwater also kind of sucks. Her whole convenience factor is kind of just lost. There's more to do over here than I thought there would be, though. Aside from my annoyance with what just transpired. Spirited Star. Whoa. Thanks so much for the follow. That sounded so unenthusiastic. I appreciate you, though. I hope you're having a good time. Having a good weekend. Staying comfy. Where is that? Is that's not the challenge that I saw earlier. There's no shot. I see it now. You guys still have the weekend? I mean, it's the end of the weekend. For me right now, it's gonna be over in a couple hours. Am I a joke to you? How does one solve this dang old thing? This is just like a thing. I've never seen anything like it. They've made like a dome. Heard silly and I'm greeted with a double cheeseburger with only one slice of cheese. Now, you might have something mixed up here. It might be double patty with cheese. It might be a slight misunderstanding. Actually, now that I think about it, I do not associate double cheeseburger with a burger with 2 slices of cheese. I actually do just default to assuming 2 patties. Now, where's the double patty? You're gonna have to... that's a little bit not safe for work. But you'll have to look around. They might be just hiding off screen, just like right here. Hello? Die? Thanks. Is the double patty a bit too fatty? We're trying to, We're trying to give it some volume, but also give it a nice firmness, if you catch my drift. Oh, illusory walls have gotten the best of me in these greedy times. Is there an opening? Or is it just a box? Illusory treasure. What if I hit him with a Jaden Classic? Yo, he's a genius. Our buns must be proportioned only in the most refined manner. Slay. We only speak facts. I dolphin dived. I dolphin dove. I completed the assignment. And there's no disputing it. I've never done anything wrong ever. We're on the same wavelength. I like it. This is usually the part where I'd be like, hey, somebody spend your double cheeseburger so I can like really show what we're talking about here, but that's quite expensive. And who the heck would ever want to make me do physical activity while playing a video game? No, no, no. This was not the intended outcome. Where are you taking me? Oh, Remington did it. Wow. Bear? Maybe. Would you believe me if I said there were two? Also, I don't know why I insinuated that. I do not have anything down there. My patty be but barren. Oh, that is quite the declaration, Star. That is a humongous declaration. I'm not gonna lie, I hate that I'm winded from that. I'm like, ugh. Those push-ups, bro. It's what we get for lacking. I swear I saw some more things around this area. Okie dokie, Remington. Get some good sleep. Gym at 1? Gym at 1. We gotta go. I'll try to remember Cosmo. I will try my best. Gains? No, dude, we're not gaining. We're regaining. I'm pretty sure I've deflated. Like, I don't know. I feel like I should be popping more than that. I've regained the noodle arms. Okay, for real, I know there was more. See you later. And my instincts are like, bro, you gotta go hard tomorrow. First arm day in like a little bit. We gotta go crazy. Well, I'm probably just gonna be extremely sore no matter what I do. If it'll help, I play Genshin only a little. If you'd like to add me, if you want to add me, go for it. I got plenty of spots on my list. $14 bombs on floor 2. Are you gonna use them? Make good use of those things? Would you capture it? Or just let it slip? So I hope people don't pay too much mind to the team that I have here. Chevrolet just does not make any sense. You have 30 minutes? Possibly? I don't know. I'm just going to keep exploring until I get even slightly bored. And then we can just go skedaddle, watch some anime. You have your UID memorized? That could not be me. I just just started typing my own. Also, to be fair, I don't remember like any numbers aside from any employee IDs that I've had. I don't know the 16 funky digits. Wish I could forget my debit card. Your debt card number? I don't know if that was intentional, but that was really funny. You should just say it was intentional. This is a commission. I'm pissed. This is your second account? We're gonna memorize the third within maybe like a month? No shot, dude. No shot. Nah, but it's bad that I can order whatever without your card. Yeah, it do be like that, I guess. Oh, wait, that UID is shockingly close to my own. Actually, let's get a 64%. What was it at before? I think it was only at like 60. A Sealy? Lead the way, little pal. I'm actually a little bit floored at how many hours I have in this game, to be honest. Like, it's slowly approaching my most played game ever. Chevrolet Corolla? A little bit contradictory on that one. Oh, shoot. It's top of the hour. Alright, hold up. I'm gonna... This might be a thing. Get destroyed. That did not do anything for me, actually. Okay. Wait. One more? It's perfect. Alright. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run those stupid ads. And I'll be right back so we can do some more exploration. Good night, Ajax! Thanks for hanging out today. Get some good sleep and good luck at work tomorrow. Welcome back, friends. It's time again for me to look around for anything red. I feel like I'm missing a lot of Sealies. Just because they're blue. Red like roses? Yeah, sure. Cookie cutter? Bro, you can't say that. How many have you found so far? I don't know. I really don't. Probably not enough to get an achievement. This one's should be in the first one. Yeah, bro, I only found 22. Well, I'm being commanded to find 3 more. I'm not gonna lie, I really thought that Sealy was gonna be there. Hello? Am I tripping? For real? What just happened? Can you imagine getting paid to make puns? I just realized that's a comedian, but we'll ignore that. Where did that Sealy go? Oh, there was a Sealy. I'm not crazy. Though... Elemental Sight isn't showing this one. That doesn't mean that it's straight down, right? I'm losing it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I am. I did not see it leave. Oh my god. Where did it come from? Guys, you gotta help me out here. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. These Sealies just came out of nowhere. Well, what now? The age-old question. What the heck do I do now? If this is not an Oculus, I don't want it. We're going really high up. Like, really high up. Oh, hey. Thank you. Double check. 67. We're making so much progress. Hey, Kitsune. How are you? Which direction did we even come from? I really am just wandering. Trying my absolute best. Oh, look at the line of crabs. They're so cute. I'm no traveler. I'm a fraud. What is this scam? That was actually a jump scare. Grinding for Lightning Lady because Chi-Chi ruined your 50-50? Dude. On the plus side, that means you're guaranteed. I just hope. What? How many days are left? Oh, you'll be fine. Get the Raiden Shogun. You don't even have to manifest anymore. Just make it happen. What's on your to-do list to get those Primo Gems? Exploration in the Battle Pass? Heard. It kind of feels bad. The desperation grind for Primo Gems, to me, even if I have time, I'm always like, dude, I spent an hour doing this quest and I got like enough Primos for one wish. It's always got me questioning my sanity. Bedtime for Cosmo? Oh, dang. I hope you sleep well. I don't have the crab anymore because I dolphin dived. Bruh. Hope you stay comfy. And depending on where you are, stay extra warm. I'm gonna say something really bold. Nobody has a better character showcase than me. Not a single person. Salacia Plain? This is still in the Court of Fontaine. But I think these are the areas I might have scoured the most. Literally freezing? Yup. Stay warm then. Promi. Oh, wait. I guess I'm going towards it anyway. Have we finished that thing with the blubber beast? Excuse me while I try to navigate my way over there. Twinkle Pinky Promise, bestie. It's a pointer finger, but let's use our imagination. There's gotta be a pinky emoji. I refuse to accept that there isn't. Hey, broski. Whoa, it's gotten so big. Maybe we should start calling it Berry Puffier. And it looks really healthy too, all thanks to a hard brick feeding it. There's a middle finger but no pinky. I'm pretty sure there's also an emoji for this now, too. We love Berry Puff. So cute. If that is the case, perhaps we should send it back to the sea? It is its home, after all. The blubber beast seems to understand your intention and looks a bit hesitant. Doesn't it want to leave? Well, Paimon understands. This place must already feel like home. It's okay. Though the sea is a vast place, you can come back anytime you want. He's outside! It's looking at the direction of the aquarium, no? Doesn't want to leave, huh? Wait, it doesn't seem to mean that. Oh, its old friend is here. Even though you've grown up, you still have fun with friends. Goodbye, Berry Puff. Take good care of yourself. The grown-up blubber beast seems a little reluctant to leave. It comes to you and gently rubs your cheek as if saying goodbye before swimming away. It seems to remember something. It bows its head, bites your sleeve lightly, then raises its head again and barks softly in the direction of the aquarium twice. I'm not going to be an arbiter of bad decisions, Deem, but I will say Raiden Shogun is very good. Does this mean I finished it? I got achievement. I challenged that my character showcase is best? What do you mean? Look at it. You say there's more, so I'm not gonna lift that mark. I will remember. At some point. Now there's a hydro puzzle up here. You can find Barry in the overworld after this. Oh, so we're not going back to the same spot? Why are we increasing in difficulty? What's next? A Talpa? An Eidolon? Bruh. I was joking.
Evil conquering, worthless. Here. Worthless.
Look at those blubber beasts chilling. What did you do? You used to hit 70k plunges? I didn't do anything. And the Haley Trill's just big chilling with him? Uh-oh. I see that Sealy. And I'm about to lose that Sealy. Do you want to hear something upsetting? Not really, but you can tell me anyway. You have a lot of time to save for Kazuha, team. You have like half a year. Mark that thing on your map, by the way. What thing? Where did the Sealy go? I have officially lost my mind. Where did the Sealy go? I looked at chat and it just disappeared. What's so special about this? I'm gonna come back up. Nah, the Sealy's just gone, for real. How'd it go, Deem? You sure you saw a Sealy? Yes, I'm sure. I'm absolutely positive. There's not a doubt in my mind that there was a Sealy here. I was right next to it. Look, there's a Sealy. Don't try to gaslight me.
What a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy.
Mark that thingy too? What? Oh, are these the things for the world quest that you were talking about? Who's your favorite Genshin character? Right now, I'm kind of obsessed with a certain lady. Her name starts with C. And she hasn't come home yet. Hey, Zero, it's been a while. But aside from Clarend, big tops on the characters: Xiao, Yoimiya, Shinobu. We speaking of Yanfei? Nah. Her and her clown shoes. What? That is a huge poll. You got a Bennett constellation, a Kujosara constellation, lost your 50-50 and got Raiden Shogun all in one. A favor to ask me. You're scaring me. Silver, it's not gonna be a portfolio, I swear. Why did Farina just go limp fish? I like what? I love Charlotte. She's my favorite bubbly reporter. No, I'm not gonna build her. What the heck? Is that my commission? Swear on your life. That's the same commission. Xiao Shinobu, and who was the third? Yoimiya. Why do you refuse to like Shinobu? I have my 2 Abyss teams in my showcase. Now they need help with their builds, and I want to start with the one who's in the most trouble. I don't know who that is. So you're talking about these characters? Well, your Xiao's probably not a problem, yeah. Oh, she's got to come home first? It'll happen. We got... Oh. Vortex Vanquisher on my boy. I got Shielder Zhongli. He's got 40k. It's fine. What's going on with Raiden Shogun, dog? I'm a little bit confused. Your ER is fine. The crit damage is also, like, extremely fine considering you've got her actual weapon, which isn't a crit weapon. You haven't finished rolling this, and it could be fine. Just hopefully it goes into crit rate. I would say Raiden Shogun's probably going to be... to me, it would be a big priority. HP Sands? I would say let's get an attack Sands on her. Hopefully we can maintain that crit rate. If you can find... If you're going to be dedicated to the crit damage circlet, which I know it's really hard to find new ones. This one does have crit rate on it and rolled into it once. For me, that would be exciting because my luck with circlets is absolute dog water. If we stick with this circlet, we'll have to focus on some crit rate for our queen here. Let's see, what are we running for Nahida? For Nahida, it's actually really simple. Mapamara is probably good. If you want to run Mapamara or Sacrificial Fragments on her, since they both got EM, you'll be sitting pretty. Nahida's actually super, super easy to build. If you get Elemental Mastery on your main stat for everything, she's basically already in a good spot. And then you can try to get a little bit of crit stats sprinkled in there. So I think out of everybody, Nahida might be your fastest track towards that. Kazu's got his EM, and he's got ER. Your Kazu's probably fine and acceptable. Shinobu's got EM. She's running HP. But she's not on any particular set. Again, she's probably runnable. So, lower on the priority list. I would say, just because of the crit ratio on Raiden Shogun, try to fix her, but try to fix Nahida first. And your Sino's totally fine. Jean's also totally fine. I would say Jean is in a pretty nice spot in comparison with the others. So yeah, for Nahida, get her in there to have EM on the main stats. And then hopefully you can get some crit in there, but don't put it like super duper high on the priority list. Once you get her on all EM and leveled her up, she'll probably have somewhere around like 700 to 1000 EM. Once you're done with that, I would say definitely work on getting Raiden Shogun a more balanced crit ratio. Nahida, then Raiden, and then... Oh, dang, we want to keep going down the list. This gene honestly looks way too similar to mine. I can't really say anything about that. Kazuha, I really don't have problems with him. Oh, I might actually say, if you can, if you're trying to min-max him and you want to go into the viridescent domain for anybody else, try to get... Oh, you don't even need... You straight up don't need energy recharge for your Kazuha. You're like kind of sitting pretty. I'm not gonna lie. If you want to go back into the viridescent domain or strongbox it, replacing this ER Sans with an EM will benefit you a lot. Since you've already got the extra use of his skills and stuff, energy recharge is not nearly as much of a problem as it is for a C0 Kazuha. So I would say get that easy fix on him as well. These are the teams I'm trying for. Floor 12 and Abyss. So far they've 33 starred. I would say focus on those three first. Obviously min-maxing is like the goal for pretty much everything, but that obviously just comes with time. Your Jean is like genuinely, she's probably just like totally functional, not really in need of any major changes. The Shinobu, if you'd have to decide on what you want to do with her, but she scales off of both EM and HP. If you can get her in a more leveled up state, because I did see you probably have like one-ish more stack of HP you can get off of that weapon you have on her right now. That's like level 80. It'll make her support abilities a little bit better. Actually, let me just double check that Shinobu. Not that I'm the Shinobu master. I'm an idiot. So you have her on healing bonus. Honestly, in my opinion, I don't think she needs a healing bonus circlet. But what set do I even have Shinobu on? Do I have her on the... I feel like I was going to build... Paradise Lost. If you want to get her on Paradise Lost, on like EM and HP, you'll be big chillin'. She's not really super particular about her substats either, as far as I'm concerned. It's a heal bot for Sino comp with the small side of giving Kazuha Electro Swirl immediately. Ah, okay. So it's a slightly different, well, it's a different use case than I have for her. In action, if she feels fine and you want to focus on her healing, that's totally cool. Get those HP stacks. Huh? What? I just strongboxed. I'm baffled. I'm so baffled right now. I'm actually being forced to upgrade my artifacts out of the blue. This is trash. Get it out of my face. Next. Thank you for the hydrate. This is trash. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Risley? What? Okay, no. I'm really confused right now. Is something wrong with Risley? I mean, that helps him. I'm gonna be in shambles for the rest of the stream in this menu. No, Cosmo, this has never happened to me before. I've never maxed out my inventory. I strongboxed, I kid you not, like 2 days ago, and I made a billion emblem artifacts and ate all those artifacts up on each other. Okay, so he has a good flower. This is a very questionable Sans. I just got an attack Sans as crit rate, but we would definitely prioritize having crit damage over crit rate with Mare Chassé Hunter. Dude, these artifacts are all trash. I can't believe I'm muted. Cut me some slack, man. Please, I'm begging you. This is the worst artifact of all time. But actually, aside from his ER, which I don't know how important his burst actually is. Also, he needs a new weapon. This weapon is not for him. The crit ratio is not as bad as I think it is, but there's so much improvements that can be made just from having a better flower. What's poppin', Silver? Hi, Verosa. What's poppin'? I'm still dying. To rush you, EP time approaches. Time to scurry off along Twitch. I got you, I got you. Once I am done sifting through this... Done sifting through Yaimiko, and if I can make any improvements to her artifacts, we can skedaddle. Which I actually, low-key, don't know if I can. Got Raiden Shogun last Tuesday? How much have you built her up so far? Oh my gosh. I have to fight the Vishaps. Level 80? That's good. That's good. Did you pre-farm for her? We only went up to 69% on this. Sure did? Sweet. That's some good progress. You're like so close to just having her finished. Not the artifacts?
This realm is...
Which ones do we have for her so far? Are any of them acceptable?
If you ever...
I do have 20 resin, right? He's not crazy. What's wrong with some expressive eyebrows?
Be sanctified.
You can come fight them if you want.
Silence.
So love. What? I'm full on artifacts. Let me go get some more. Hello, Linny. Your new attack sans is calling. Never mind. This is trash. See? We love expressive. Wouldn't have it any other way. Now the big question is, who the heck is streaming right now? Oh, June's playing A Way Out. I gotta see this. It's been so long since I've played that game, but that's bringing back memories. Softer yarn to make a blanket? Do it! Make you or somebody else comfier. Alright, friends. Thus concludes our journey for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern. You know the whole drill. Let's go give June some love. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. You are the best. No exaggerations around these parts. I'll see you guys later.